4. Wrapping up work. Klein was hidden in the shadows of a building dozens of meters away from the target building. He heard the faint sound of gunshots and the howling of violent winds. If the enemy runs towards me, should I draw my gun or should I pretend that I didn't see him? He thought as he shivered in cold sweat. A beyonder that could, through various means, cut short the lives of others definitely wasn't a Sequence 9 or Sequence 8 beyonder. They certainly wouldn't be someone that a seer like him could fight against face to face. Even if he sacrificed himself, he might not be able to slow the target down enough for Dunn and Leonard to catch up with him. It was fortunate that the Evernight goddess, the mistress of disaster, seemed to hear her loyal guard's prayers. No one ran towards the location where Klein was hiding. After a few minutes, he heard a melodious song coming from the target building. Cocking his ears to the side so he could hear better, Klein confirmed that it was the popular local tune that Leonard Mitchell always hummed. It was filled with bass words. Phew. He let out a breath of relief. He held his gun in one hand and his cane in the other. He then walked out of the shadows towards the target building. The popular local tune was the meeting signal that he had agreed upon with Dunn and the rest. Klein took 2 steps and suddenly paused. He leaned his cane against the metal fencing and switched the revolver to his other hand. Then he took off the silver chain inside his sleeve and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally. Klein waited till the topaz stabilized and immediately closed his eyes and entered a cogitation state. He recited a divination statement. The singing earlier was an illusion. The singing earlier was an illusion. After repeating 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the pendant spinning counterclockwise. It's not an illusion. Klein put away his pendulum, grabbed his cane, and quickly got close to the arch-shaped metal gate leading to the target building. He then passed the black cane to his right hand and held it with the revolver. He extended his hands to touch the fence, intending to push it open, but he suddenly felt a piercing chill. It was as though someone had poured a bucket of ice down his neck without warning. Klein hissed and jerked his hands back, his teeth clenched. It's just like winter here. Under the dim starlight and distant street lamp, he looked through the garden behind the metal fencing. He saw the withered branches, fallen flowers, and leaves covered with white frost on the brown soil. Amazing, Klein marveled in his head. He bent his fingers and tapped his glabella to activate his spirit vision. Owie. He returned his silver inlaid cane to his left hand and pushed it against the fence to open the closed gate. The gate squeaked and he passed through it sideways. He stepped onto the stone path that led directly to the grayish-blue building. On both sides of the path were twisted plants that seemed to resemble ghouls in the dark. The scene reminded Klein of various horror stories and paranormal films. He subconsciously slowed down his breathing and walked faster. However, after just a few more steps, someone suddenly patted his left shoulder. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Klein's heart skipped, then started thumping rapidly. He raised his right hand, aimed his revolver, and slowly turned around to look. In the dim light, he saw a flimsy branch that had nearly fallen off. This is what we call scaring ourselves. Klein twitched the corner of his lips, waved the cane, and knocked the branch off. He continued moving forward as faint sobs sounded in his ears. Blurry, translucent shadows appeared before his eyes. These shadows had swarmed over after feeling the breaths of a living person and the warmth of flesh and blood. Klein jumped in fright and immediately ran into the door of the grayish-blue building. This is what the captain meant by getting a sense of the atmosphere. It's much scarier than the last time I helped Sir Deweyville. The resentment of that aggrieved spirit is more rigid than the shadows. She hadn't taken the initiative to attack back then, he thought as he walked towards the altar in the middle of the living room. It was a round table full of crudely made puppets. 3 unlit candles stood amidst the puppets. Dunn Smith stood right before the altar with his back to Klein. He took one puppet after another and looked at them. Corpse Collector Fry looked at the floating shadows and extended his hand in an attempt to comfort them, but all his hand did was pass through them, helplessly. The shadows didn't attack him, seemingly recognizing him as one of their own. When Leonard Mitchell noticed Klein's arrival, he changed his tone, turning his voice softer but charming. Calm is the morn without a sound, calm as to suit a calmer grief, and only through the faded leaf, the chestnut pattering to the ground one. In the soothing recitation of the poem, Klein seemed to see a clear lake reflecting the moonlight and a crimson moon hanging quietly high in the sky. The restless shadows calmed down and stopped chasing after the warm breath of the living nighthawks among them. Dunn put down the puppet in his hand, turned around and said to Klein, "This is a ceremony for a terrifying curse. It's fortunate that we've already destroyed it. First prepare a ritual to comfort the remaining spirits, then try to communicate with the spirits of the dead and see if you can get any clues from them." Klein, who realized that he was no longer a burden, immediately held his chest out and said, "Yes, Captain." He reached the altar in a few steps and extended his hands to sweep the puppets off of the round table. At that moment, he noticed from the corner of his eyes that every puppet had a name and a corresponding message. "Captain, did you discover anyone you know?" Klein asked in passing. Then he glanced at Dunn as Dunn looked at him. Both of them fell silent. "I'm so silly. Why would I ask any questions that tests the captain's memory?" Klein nearly covered his face and sighed. "If it were any other boss, they would definitely find an opportunity to make my life difficult because of this. Luckily, the captain will forget about this. I wonder if that's an advantage or a disadvantage," he thought, half glad, half joking. After a short silence, Dunn seemed to finally be capable of differentiating reality from the dream world. He replied, "There's someone you know." "Who?" Klein stopped, his hand still extended to put a candle back to where it was supposed to be. "Joyce Mayer, the survivor of the Alfalfa tragedy," Dunn replied simply. "Joyce Mayer? Anna's fiancée." Klein suddenly thought of Salus in the workhouse. He seemed to have been instigated and misled by someone, causing him to bring forward his rage and committing arson. Klein retracted his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Instigator Triss." He used the lives that were cut short as a sacrifice, intending to curse all survivors of the Alfalfa tragedy, because he didn't know who uncovered his involvement and lodged a police report. If Triss took revenge directly, it would have been impossible to wipe out all the targets scattered throughout Tingen. After 2 or 3 murders, he would have been noticed by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind. Then he would have lost his chance to continue his murdering spree. Klein filled in the blanks of why Triss had started all this. Dunn nodded first, then he shook his head. "Not all survivors, but only survivors in Tingen. His curse ritual can only affect the people within this range. Besides, the host of the ritual is a female, not Triss." Klein creased his eyebrows and asked, "Perhaps it's an expert that the Theosophy Order sent to help Triss." "Yes, the origins of the Theosophy Order might involve the Demoness sect. It's fairly normal for their experts to be female." Dunn smiled and said in his deep voice, "I agree with your judgment. Although we only encountered that woman and not Triss, there are guesses that we can make, such as the woman and Triss don't stay together, or that Triss was out looking for people who are dying soon." Klein didn't say anything further. He set the 3 candles in place, took out the full moon essence oil, crimson sandalwood and other ingredients, and set up the altar quickly. After he used a silver dagger to make a sealed wall, he started praying to the Ebonite goddess, the mistress of calm and silence. He prayed that the shadows inside and outside the house would be comforted completely. Unfortunately, in the subsequent attempt to communicate with the spirits of the dead, Klein could only see a little of what the spirits had seen before their deaths. There weren't any useful clues. After settling the shadows into a peaceful sleep in the dark night, he ended the ceremony and removed the spirituality wall. He then shook his head and told the others, "The backlash from the disrupted ritual caused severe damage, and the remnant images of the host were lost." Dunn wasn't surprised. He pointed at the stairs and said, "Let's look around on the second floor and give it another try." "Okay." Klein, Leonard, and Fry nodded in agreement. The three Nighthawks went up the stairs to the second floor and parted ways to search through each room. Ace. In the end, they met in a bedroom that was filled with a faint aroma. They saw messy dresses lying around and open boxes. Dunn took up a box from the dressing table and smelled it before asking, "Are these cosmetics?" "To be exact, they are skincare products. Ever since Emperor Roselle, they were not lumped together with a broad term," Leonard explained with a smile. "Captain, as a gentleman, there are certain things you have to know." Klein didn't join their discussion, but cast his gaze towards the mirror on the dressing table. There was an obvious crack on the mirror, and there were shattered pieces on the rug beneath. "The Beyonder left in a rush. She didn't destroy it entirely," he suddenly said in a deep voice. "Maybe I could give this a try." "I'll leave it to you," Dunn replied in confidence. Klein quickly brought the candles up from the first floor and lit them in front of the shattered mirror. Under the dim, flickering candlelight, he took out the items like full moon essence to create a spirituality wall. After Klein prepared everything, he stood before the mirror that reflected the lights of all three candles and chanted in Hermes, "I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the mystery. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray for the mirror to receive a brief restoration. I pray for it to show every person that it reflected in the past month." As the incantation was being recited, a strong wind suddenly howled within the spirituality wall. The shattered pieces of the mirror swirled off the ground and returned to their original locations. The mirror that was covered in cracks suddenly rippled with a gloomy brilliance. Klein wiped his hands over it, and a human figure suddenly appeared in the frame. But that figure wasn't Klein. It was a gentle and sweet-looking young maiden with a round face. Perhaps it was because the mirror was broken, or perhaps it was because the backlash of the interrupted ritual that affected the second floor as well. Her facial features were blurry, and her actual appearance wasn't exactly clear. But even so, Klein found the person unusually familiar. Chapter 125, Bold Idea. When faced with a strange sense of familiarity, other Sequence 9 Beyonders might try their best to recall or even disregard and forget about it. But a seer was different. Klein immediately ended the ritual and dispelled the wall of spirituality. He took out a piece of paper and wrote on it a statement, "The source of the sense of familiarity." After which he sat on the edge of the bed in the room and silently recited it, with the piece of paper in hand. 7 times later his pupils became darker. He fell asleep with the help of cogitation and started conversing with his own spirituality. In the hazy, contorted world, Klein saw a carriage. He saw a young lady wearing a long gray dress. This lady had smooth black hair, her face a little round. She had a gentle and pleasant demeanor, but her body was shivering unnaturally. Hoots. The image flickered, and once again Klein saw this young, pretty lady at the underground market. She was squatting and conversing with someone. The dream receded quickly, and Klein woke up, understanding why the image he saw in the mirror was so familiar. He had met this person before. The first time was at Daffodil Street, in the district near Iron Cross Street. The captain and the rest were chasing down instigator Triss that night. There must be a connection. Klein thought for a few seconds, then set up the ritual once again. He asked for the help of the goddess to sketch the portrait of the enemy in his memory. Dunn and the rest had been waiting silently, without interrupting Klein unnecessarily. Only when he was done sketching did they crowd over and inspect the portrait. "You met her before?" Dunn asked. Klein nodded slightly and answered simply, "Yes, I saw her at the public carriage stop on Daffodil Street, the night when you were going after the instigator. It was in the district near Iron Cross Street." "Then there's a good chance that she was the enemy just now, the partner of the instigator." Dunn nodded in thought. Leonard suddenly chimed in. "Don't any of you feel that this portrait is very familiar? She looks a lot like Instigator Triss." Klein froze, immediately casting his gaze at the portrait again and studying it carefully. "Yeah, they look very similar indeed. Round face, narrow eyes, gentle demeanor." The more he looked at the portrait, the more he felt that what Leonard said made sense. The biggest difference was that Instigator Triss had ordinary features, while the young lady could be considered pretty. Klein raised his head and looked at Leonard, noticing that he was signaling something to him by raising his brows. "What does he mean?" Klein was confused. "Uis," Dunn Smith guessed. "She could be the instigator's sister. Maybe like her brother, she joined the Theosophy Order or the Demoness sect." Leonard sighed after he realized how bad Klein was at reading his mind. He said in a serious tone, "I have a bold idea." "What idea?" Dunn asked. Leonard described succinctly, "I think that this person is Instigator Triss." "What?" Fry exclaimed in shock. Dunn creased his brows and said, "What you mean is that Instigator Triss is actually female, or a male who's pretending to be a female?" "No. From the dream, I can confirm that she's female." Klein had been exposed to many creative and ridiculous plots after all. He took another look at the portrait and immediately had another guess. Could it be that Instigator Triss became a female? That could explain many things. For example, why would the trail leading to Triss suddenly sever? Why couldn't they find any traces, even with divination? Perhaps because there was a fundamental change to their target. The only question was how he could change into a woman in such a short span of time, and it appeared to be rather simple. He had pretty decent looks after his transformation even. I mean, to be honest, she's pretty attractive, Klein thought, distracted. Leonard nodded in relief. "Yes, that's my theory. This can perfectly explain why Instigator Triss had seemed to vanish. It also fits with the strange fact that the upper echelons of the Demoness sect are all female." Dunn and Fry were momentarily at a loss for words. Even though they had seen many monsters and wondrous things, it was their first time dealing with a transformation like this. "What you mean is that there are a considerable number of women in the upper echelons of the Demoness sect that used to be men?" Dunn asked. He didn't wait for an answer before saying, "That could be possible. Perhaps it's the unique characteristic of their potion." Klein shivered a little as he listened. He felt that the potion of the Demoness sect was a trap. Let's hope that a similar potion doesn't exist in the pathway of the seer. No, definitely not. That is the pathway of the Demoness. Even the name of the potion sounds wrong, but I still don't know what the corresponding sequence one to seer is. Klein subconsciously started praying to the goddess. "Can potions accomplish such a thing?" Fry asked with a little disbelief. Leonard laughed and threw up his hands. "Even a mid to low sequence potion can cause unimaginable changes. After all, they all originated from the Creator. Dunn turned to look at Klein. Try to divine where the target will appear next. All right. Klein went over to the pile of dresses and picked out one with mixed emotions. He spread it over the carpet. He held his cane over the dress and recalled the target's features and relevant information. He then began to recite in his heart. Trissy's whereabouts. Trissy's whereabouts. 7 times later, Klein's pupils turned from brown to black. Wind started to blow around him. His left hand released his cane, allowing the black cane to wobble. Despite the shaking, the cane failed to fall. It stood tall in its original position. There's an interference, Klein said with a deep tone. An interference implies that our assumptions are correct. That lady just now was most probably instigator Trissy. Upon seeing this, Dunn nodded indiscernibly. They live up to the reputation of the Demoness sect, which has been active since the last epoch. Since Triss had transformed into Trissy, Dunn deduced that she wasn't part of the Theosophy Order, but the Demoness sect. Surveying the surroundings, Dunn sighed and said, "We can search for her through different means, such as where these clothes came from or the owner of this house. We can also get the police department to patrol the train stations and piers. We might be able to get some clues like that, but Trissy will definitely have had enough time to leave Tingen. Yes, I'll try it again above the gray fog when I'm back at home." Klein was cautious of people like Trissy, who wanted to unleash a massacre on a whim. He wanted to desperately find her and execute her on the spot. "Leonard, head to the police department and gather a group to wrap up things here. Klein, you can go back and rest now." Dunn rubbed his temples and paused for a few seconds. He said to Klein, partially to test him and also to teach him, "How would you have handled this evening's mission? Assume that me, Leonard, and Fry are the only members on your team." Klein creased his brows and thought for more than 10 seconds. "I'd first use divination to ascertain if the ritual would take effect soon. If the answer was negative, then I'd stick to observing and not approach. Then I'd notify the police department to deploy personnel around the area, as well as gather at least 5 cannons to bombard the entire building till wherever Trissy was hiding was leveled. She could either be blasted to death in the building or attempt to flee amidst the cannon fire. This would easily expose her. Until then, I would station you and the rest at different spots." He got more and more excited as he continued. He felt that his idea was simple and effective, barbaric and decisive. It was very safe and very appropriate. Dunn, Leonard, and Fry were dumbfounded. They didn't say anything for a long time. "Captain, is that not a good idea?" The excited Klein's heart thumped rapidly when he saw that they had no reaction. Dunn was silent for a few seconds before he said, "No, it is a good idea, but the premise is that we have to confirm that forceful destruction of the altar wouldn't create a more disastrous outcome." Sigh. As long-time Nighthawks, we're accustomed to relying on ourselves, our powers as Beyonders, and guns in all circumstances. We're not used to allowing normal people to come into contact with supernatural incidents. "All right, I was always an ardent fan of firepower bombardment," Klein added in his heart. Klein and Leonard walked to the carriage station about 500 meters away before they saw it. After waiting for a while, they returned to Iron Cross Street. One went to the nearby police station, while the other returned to Daffodil Street. When Klein arrived at his front door, he adjusted his clothes and made sure that everything was all right before fishing out his keys and opening the door. Melissa and Benson were in the living room, quietly doing assignments and reading books respectively under the light from the gas lamp. Benson must be tired after toiling at work the entire day, yet he perseveres in his studies after he comes home. What a determined man. I can't do that. All I can think about now is lying down. Klein glanced at his brother and smiled, giving a silent greeting by raising his hand. Benson smiled and said, "I now understand the price behind a handsome salary." "There's a price for everything in this world. There's something we must give before we can gain anything in return," Klein said, leaving his cane on the rack next to the door. "That's apparently something Emperor Roselle said, right?" Melissa stopped writing and looked up. The Tingen Technical School was different from universities and public schools. There was only 2 weeks for summer break, from late July to early August. Their lessons resumed the moment the hottest days were over. "Is that so? I don't remember," Klein replied, his expression a little rigid. He took off his hat and headed upstairs. He intended to divine Trissy's whereabouts as soon as possible. Suddenly he heard his stomach rumble. He felt intense hunger pangs. "Oh, right, I haven't had dinner. But the note I left said that the security company would provide food and asked them not to leave any food for me. Seriously, Captain, you actually forgot about it." Klein's expression changed several times as he intended to pretend that he was full. At that moment, Melissa turned and looked at him. She pointed to the kitchen and said, "We left a small piece of lamb chop and a bowl of thick vegetable soup for you. There are a few sticks of bread left too." After saying this, she buried her head back into her work and muttered to herself, "I felt that meals provided by work wouldn't be too good, probably making people lose their appetite." Chapter 1, 126, Divination Isn't All-Powerful. "Sis, you worry too much. No, you're just so meticulous." Klein was suddenly energized. He smiled and said, "Melissa, your concern is very reasonable. It's true that I'm actually a little hungry. Yeah, let me change and take a shower." Although his mouth was already watering, it was even more important to confirm Instigator Trissy's whereabouts. No one knew what insane measures that bastard would take in order to exact revenge on society. "Okay." Melissa didn't lift her head but continued her revision. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran to the second floor and entered his bedroom. He locked the door, took off his jacket and armpit holster. Then he took out a simple silver knife from the drawer. Oi. After sealing his room with a spirituality wall, he took a breath, steadied his emotions, and walked 4 steps counterclockwise. After the usual incantation, Klein appeared once again in the lofty palace above the gray fog. He was getting used to the mad ravings that he heard during the transportation process. Having completed a few rituals that day, he massaged his temples as he was slightly tired. He willed a piece of brown goat skin to appear on the long bronze table. Klein thought seriously, then wrote down the divination statement, "Trissy's whereabouts." He wasn't sure if the name was written correctly, but he could use the girl's appearance and other detailed information as a guide as well. He held the goatskin and leaned back into the chair. He recalled the things related to Trissy in his head, then recited the divination statement 7 times. He emptied his mind, closed his eyes, and entered a dream state with the aid of cogitation. In the illusory scene amidst the fog, he saw a steam engine that spurted dense smoke and sparks. He also saw the rows of leather seats in a clean train carriage. The gentle and sweet-looking Trissy, with her round face and long eyes, sat near a window. There was a checkered fishnet hat on the table before her. Klein made repeated attempts to confirm the train number, but he failed to discern it. Soon he couldn't stand the pressure and left his dream. The long bronze table and illusory crimson stars appeared before his eyes again. I could only confirm that Trissy took the steam locomotive and left Tingen. There weren't any more clues. Sigh, it seems like this mysterious space only helps me eliminate interferences. but it doesn't do much to enhance the standard of my divinations. Klein rapped the edge of the table and thought about his next step. Through the divination, he could be entirely certain that the target had once been instigator Triss. The new Trissy, however, was already fleeing Tingen. Given the circumstances, he didn't think his new divination would help Dunn. Klein quickly made a decision. Captain already said that he would send a telegram to Backland, Enmet Harbor, and other main stops along the railway, so they Trissy will be placed on the wanted list throughout the country. I won't report the divination result then, in case it would draw suspicion towards me. Klein quickly made up his mind, because regardless of his warning, Dunn was already using the most appropriate measures to follow up on the matter. Since he couldn't see the train number in the dream divination, using the spirit pendulum and other methods would be equally ineffective, even if he attempted to do so by process of elimination. It was just like the situation with the red chimney. At that moment he felt mentally drained, so he didn't stay above the gray fog any longer, but enveloped himself with his spirituality and simulated the feeling of falling. When he returned to his room, his mind was filled with the thought of tasty, glistening mutton. I must add some fennel. Praise the lady. Klein swallowed his saliva, swiftly removed the spirituality wall, and opened his door. The next morning, at 9:20, he entered the Blackthorn Security Company with his cane in hand. "Good morning, Klein. I have good news." Roseanne waved her hands excitedly from behind the reception desk. Klein's eyes lit up as he asked, "We caught Trissy." "Trissy? Who is she?" The green-dressed Roseanne looked lost. "You probably don't know her. What's the good news?" Klein redirected the topic. Roseanne replied with a glowing smile. "The captain's request has been approved. The police department is going to transfer 2 police staff members who have come across supernatural incidents to be clerks here. I finally don't need to frequently stay up all night. Praise the lady." "That's great news," Klein echoed sincerely. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Roseanne, he went through the partition and went underground. He planned to continue with his mysticism lessons. When he passed the captain's office and the Nighthawk's entertainment room, he popped his head in and looked around. He saw that Dunn, Leonard, and the rest were still there. It meant that the search and elimination investigation the night before had failed to return anything worthwhile. The rest would be handed over to the police department so that they could take care of the tedious follow-up tasks. At first, Klein wanted to chat with the captain to get an update on the situation, but he saw that Captain was busy typing telegrams, so he decided not to disturb him. He could ask the captain again at lunch. He went underground by following the stairs and saw the 2 classic gas lamps in their metal racks. He saw the ever-quiet corridor, which was lit up by the light behind the glass. He breathed in the cold but refreshing breeze, took a few steps, and suddenly stopped. He suddenly looked towards the gas lamp, and his eyebrows gradually creased. He had made a crucial mistake, a mistake that could only be made by someone with knowledge from Earth. In his divination above the gray fog the night before, Klein had seen Trissy taking a steam locomotive. Hence, he subconsciously believed that it was something happening at that moment. But this world had yet to invent electric lights or similar equipment. When the sky grew dark, there were almost no steam locomotives in operation that ferried humans. Klein, who was accustomed to trains which operated at night, had instinctively missed out on that fact. In other words, it wasn't something that happened last night. It was a scene from the future, which meant that it was going to happen that day or the day after. Klein's heartstrings tightened and he paced back and forth. Then he went upstairs again. He knocked and opened the door to the entertainment room, and he saw that Leonard was reciting a poem by the window, looking helpless. Klein ignored Kenley, Royale, and Sikatron, who were playing cards. He looked towards Leonard and said, "I have a question for you." "Would it be that you want to learn tricks to entertain the ladies?" Leonard teased, putting down selected poems by Roselle. He exited the entertainment room and followed Klein halfway down the stairs that led underground. He then looked into Klein's eyes and said with a chuckle, "It seems like you did a successful divination last night." Klein didn't explain further, but said straightforwardly, "I divined that Trissy will leave on a steam locomotive." After their conversation at the workhouse in the West Borough, he didn't mind appearing slightly special before Leonard. "Steam locomotive, the earliest train is at 7 in the morning." Leonard took out his pocket watch from his shirt and flipped it open to take a glance. "No time to waste. I'll tell the captain that I received a reliable tip." He quickly went upstairs and left the Blackthorn Security Company. After being gone for a few minutes, he returned and went into Dunn Smith's office. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and watched the captain send a telegram after gathering the other Nighthawks who were playing cards. They soon left out the door. Recalling what happened earlier, he felt conflicted. It was a different lesson than the one he received from the death of the suited clown. He had committed a mistake with similar characteristics, which made him seem to understand this lesson more, leaving a deeper impression on him. Turning past the armory and entering the duty room, he took off his top hat and coat, then hung them onto the clothes rack naturally. Old Neil had just finished making himself some hand-ground coffee. He happily took a sip and asked, "Would you like one?" "All right." Klein sat down, as carefree as if he had returned home. Old Neil glanced at him and frowned, quipping, "Still 3 cubes of sugar with a spoon of milk? You're such a sweet tooth. This is harmful to your teeth and your body." "No, no, no. I only like it sweet when I'm drinking coffee. When I have grilled steak or roasted meat, I prefer rose salt, black pepper, fennel, and other condiments." Klein always believed that he was a fan of all flavors. Old Neil finished the coffee quickly. He pushed it over and said, "Do you want to take a break or start straight away?" "Let me settle down for a few minutes. The captain and the team got a tip about Trissy's whereabouts, and they are on the way to the steam locomotive station. I wonder what the outcome will be." Klein sighed. Old Neil clicked his tongue and said, "Is the tip detailed enough? Are they sure which train it is?" "No, it's not confirmed," Klein said, pursing his lips. Old Neil suddenly laughed. "Under such circumstances, the possibility of failure is much higher than success. Trissy should be a sequence 7. Beyonder and a Beyonder at that level won't be captured so easily. Don't rely on divination. Divination isn't all-powerful. You'll only obtain symbolic signs which are very easy to interpret them wrongly or ignore something." Klein recalled the mistake that he made this time and felt melancholic. He nodded sincerely. "Yeah, divination isn't all-powerful." After he said that, he sighed. His mind, body, and soul suddenly entered a magical state. He leaned backwards slightly, intending to let out a breath. Just then, he suddenly heard an illusory shattering noise in his ear. He felt something dissolving inside him, blending together with his spirit. Klein half-closed his eyes and experienced the unique and indescribable feeling in silence. Klein didn't need anyone to tell him that it was a result of the complete digestion of the seer potion. The first town that the Tusuk River passed by after it flowed through Tingen City was called Vienia. It was also the first stop from Tingen to Backland for the steam locomotive. On the platform, Trissy changed into a long beige dress and put on a woman's circular hat. Fine fishnet gauze hung down from the edge of her hat, covering half her face. Her appearance became blurry and indiscernible. She had already sent a telegram to her partner in Tingen to remind the other person to be careful. She told them that she had used money she burgled to buy a steam locomotive ticket to Buckland. The reason Trissy didn't get on the train from Tingen but went downstream to Wienia was because she still had her instinct and rich experience as an assassin. Whew! A train let out a long and sharp whistle as the long metal behemoth chugged to a stop next to the platform while spurting smoke and sparks. Trissy didn't carry any luggage and entered the first cabin. At the same time, she decided to get off the train after 3 stations and enter Backland through other methods. In the basement of St. Selena Cathedral, Klein closed his eyes and leaned backwards in his seat. He took in the complete digestion of the potion, and he faintly saw one illusory star after another. Those stars seemed to share a baffling connection with him, and they seemed to want to lump together and fuse as one. After the indescribable feeling of hunger and thirst receded, Klein returned to normal and stopped having any additional experiences. But my mind feels a lot more relaxed and pure. He opened his eyes and thought. At that moment, he knew that he had become a real, complete seer. Chapter 127, Laying the Foundations. The light of the gas lamp glowed through the glass, illuminating the guard room. Old Neil finished flipping through his newspaper, took a sip of coffee, and looked at Klein. "How do you feel now? Have you calmed down? Or do you need a glass of wine, or an advance on your salary, or a day off?" Klein, who had completely digested the seer potion, was attempting to change his switch that activated his spirit vision with cogitation. He didn't want it to be too obvious. The present him no longer needed to rely on a physical motion to activate his spirit vision. Therefore, he could use a more concealed approach to achieve his goal. For example, stroking the joints of his middle finger with his thumb in quick succession, or clicking twice with his left molar. Klein considered the situations in which he needed to use his spirit vision while holding a revolver in one hand and a cane in the other. Finally, he settled on clicking his molar. His left molar would be used to activate the spirit vision, and his right molar to deactivate it. After repeatedly suggesting to himself, he completed the change. He then opened his eyes and smiled. "I was merely too concerned about the captain's operation. I don't need to calm myself down." At the same time, he clicked his left molar twice and attempted to activate his spirit vision. He wanted to familiarize himself with this method as quickly as possible. Cough, cough, cough. Old Neil started coughing violently. He coughed till his face turned red, like a cooked lobster. "What happened?" Klein froze before asking in concern. He scanned old Neil's aura seriously, only to notice that the colors representing his health were still normal, only a little dull due to his age. Old Neil coughed for nearly 20 seconds before earning respite. He felt for his cup of coffee and slowly took a sip. "Everyone makes mistakes. Ahem. I choked on my drink just now. Shall we begin our mysticism lessons for today?" "All right." Klein silently clicked his right molars twice. Klein was elated, yet frustrated that he had completely digested the seer potion a week or two ahead of his prediction. He was naturally glad that he was freed from the risk of losing control and would advance soon, obtaining even more beyond her powers. That was something anyone would be happy and excited about. But he was also frustrated, as it disrupted his plans and schedules. Considering the fact that he still had to stay with the Tingen Nighthawks for some time, Klein thought that secretly advancing to Clown wasn't the wisest choice. If he did so, he would be constantly worried about being exposed, and he would be unable to use his abilities when there were missions, making it even more dangerous for himself. He planned to learn from Spirit Medium daily and submit an application to the higher-ups. He would use his contributions to obtain the recipe and extraordinary ingredients before officially advancing into a Sequence 8 Nighthawk. But there was a difference between grasping a potion in a month and in a year. Klein could bear the scrutiny of the Holy Cathedral and become a talent for nurturing, but he didn't want the higher-ups to suspect him. He needed to find a convincing reason to explain his circumstances. He had planned to use the time before the seer potion was completely digested to lay some foundations with the captain. For example, he would mention that he felt his spirituality become more active whenever he went to the divination club, or pretend to casually describe the laws of a seer that he had derived from helping other people divine their fortunes. He could also mention that he didn't hear any voices that he shouldn't be hearing, or see things that are not for his eyes. This way, the higher-ups of the Nighthawks would think that he had unintentionally learned something from Dally when completing his mission and had done a more thorough job than her. This would make the higher-ups focus more on summarizing the laws and discovering the acting method, reducing the suspicion placed on Klein. That way I could even help the captain and the rest learn about the acting method, Klein added in his heart. He felt that Dunn Smith was a good captain. He had no glaring flaws other than his poor memory. Thus, he wanted to reduce the risk of Dunn losing control and make him more powerful. Of course, Klein could also choose to apply after a year to avoid any risks, but the continuous coincidences and the red chimney he saw in his dream divination gave him no choice but to improve his abilities as soon as possible. I'll lay the foundation with the captain 3 or 4 times over the next 2 weeks before formally submitting my request. At the same time, I can head over to the underground market to see if there are any of the necessary extraordinary ingredients. They will probably be very expensive. Klein quickly made a decision and focused his attention once again on the mysticism lessons. Time passed quickly as lunchtime slowly approached. Old Neil finished his coffee and cleared the stuff on the table as he laughed. Your mysticism lessons will come to an end soon. From the test just now, it would seem that you can create charms for yourself now. That's my plan for the next few days. Klein heaved a satisfied sigh. Charms were different from the protective amulets he had given Benson and Melissa. They needed to be carved with the help of ritualistic magic, and they had certain unique abilities that could be used in battle. But a low-grade charm couldn't do everything. The spirituality it contained would decrease over time and had to be renewed once every 2 weeks. Also, he needed to activate them with specific incantations. It was impossible to use them at will. Furthermore, the charms wielded by the Nighthawks were still limited to the domains of the Evernight goddess. Klein could only make 3 different kinds of charms for the time being. The first was the slumber charm, and its effect was similar to Dunn Smith's and Leonard Mitchell's ability to put someone to sleep with their singing. The second was the requiem charm, which was able to soothe ghosts, souls, zombies, and the like. It could also deal with vengeful and evil spirits to a certain extent. The last was the dream charm. Its abilities allowed the wielder to enter the dream of someone else. These abilities were similar to the abilities of the Midnight Poet and Nightmare from the Sleepless sequence, so Dunn and Leonard had no use for these charms. Corpse, Collector Fry, Sleepless Royale, and Kenley would bring 1 or 2 along with them, but they hadn't needed them in a long time. They frequently brought their charms back to Old Neil so he could recharge them. Old Neil glanced at Klein and smiled. Oh, I remember you saying that you practiced a lot this month and have run out of materials. Are you going to the underground market? Klein was taken aback at first before he nodded with a pained heart. Yes. He clearly knew the prices of the ingredients. He could only hope that he succeeded in making the charms on his first try, instead of wasting materials. After being presented with the mission of bringing lunch underground, Klein put on his jacket and hat before returning to the Blackthorn Security Company on the 2nd floor with cane in hand. As he walked past the entertainment room, he saw that Leonard and the rest had already returned and were enjoying their lunches. "Knock," Knock, knock. He knocked on the captain's door. Please, come in, Dunn's mellow voice sounded. Klein pushed the door open and took off his hat. Captain, did you catch Instigator Trissy? Dunn rubbed his temples and shook his head in exhaustion. We didn't find her at Tingen Station, but according to the telegraph we received from Backlund, a passenger saw her in the first-class carriage of the earliest train. Regrettably, she got off in the middle of the journey. How regrettable. Klein sighed, even though he had expected this. Divination isn't all-powerful. Dunn's gray eyes swept past him. There's no need to be depressed. It isn't easy to capture a Sequence 7 Beyonder. At the very least, we disrupted Trissy's evil ritual and saved at least 40 innocent lives. Furthermore, we understand her situation now. She can no longer commit crimes as she wishes. If she tries to do something similar, she'll be noticed, discovered, and reported at any time. Sooner or later, she'll be captured by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. It's even possible that she'll be killed. Let's hope that is the case. May the goddess bless us. Klein drew the crimson moon on his chest. Following that, he paused and pondered over his words. Captain, I haven't heard unwanted voices or seen unwanted visions for over a week now. Also, that's true even when I am in cogitation or using my spirit vision. Really? Dunn creased his brows, puzzled. Klein immediately elaborated. I feel that I'm not far off from achieving full control over the seer potion. This could be due to my frequent visits to the Divination Club and helping others tell their fortune. Why do you think so? Dunn immediately changed his seating posture, his expression lost. Klein added a stammer into his sentence. Every time I head to the Divination Club, I can feel my spirituality becoming more active, and every time I help someone divine something, my heart, body, and soul become more relaxed. I've also come up with a set of rules for a seer. I've been following it strictly, just like how a mystery prior can do as you wish, but do no harm. I found inspiration from this maxim and tried coming up with a maxim designed for seers. I think that this might be an effective way to help Beyonders gain control over their potions faster and reduce the risk of losing control, just like Madame Daly, who has always been a spirit medium. Odai. It was unknown when Dunn had taken out his pipe. He placed it at his nose and took a whiff, seemingly forgetting about Klein as he thought for a few minutes. A remarkable guess and an interesting trial. Klein had only wanted to briefly mention it this time around to set up an underlying reason, so he did not say anything further. He switched to a half-joking tone and said, Perhaps I'll be the fastest Nighthawk in history to gain control of a Sequence 9 potion. May the goddess watch over you, Dunn blessed him, not taking him seriously. He then slipped into deep thought once again. Witnessing this, Klein turned around and said his goodbyes before leaving the captain's office. He was closing the door to the room when he suddenly thought of another difficult question. How in the world was he going to act as a clown? Must I join a circus? There are no fixed circuses in Tingen. They're all roaming ones. Klein's expression became a little bitter. Being a seer was still a rather respectable occupation. Klein would still be able to hold his head up high even if he was spotted by someone he knew. But if he became a clown, there was no way his reputation would hold. Perhaps there are other ways of acting as a clown. There were no circuses or clowns when the blasphemy slate was revealed to the world. Forget it. I won't have the chance to advance for another 2 or 3 weeks, so there's no need to deliberate over this for now. Klein avoided the question and headed to the reception area. He walked toward Roseanne, Mrs. Oriana, and Brett to fetch his and old Neil's lunch. Chapter 128, The Impoverished Fool. After eating lunch, Klein only rested for half an hour before he rushed to the shooting club to practice with his revolver. He didn't dare to relax, not one bit. After practicing his shooting skills day after day and expending more than 1,000 bullets, he was finally shooting well enough to earn Dunn Smith's basic approval. He was pretty good at fixed-target shooting. After practicing for a while, he put away his revolver and took the public carriage to a stop close to the house of his combat teacher, Gawain. Then he walked for 10 minutes before arriving at the door. He changed into his night training suit that had been left to dry in the sun. After running, skipping rope, lifting weights, squatting, and other exercises, not to mention footwork and punching training, he was covered in sweat and felt exhausted. Take a break for 15 minutes. Gawain's blonde-white hair and deep facial lines made him look hard and stern. He took out his pocket watch and flipped it open to glance at the time. Since they first began training, he had ultimately maintained his silence. He only spoke to Klein when there was a need to switch training methods or to correct one of Klein's mistakes whenever one arose. Klein panted for air, but he didn't dare to rest straight away. He paced back and forth slowly. The most direct feedback of his combat training was that he was much tanner. His skin had turned bronze under the sun. Gawain put away his pocket watch and stood next to the crude training field behind his house. He crossed his arms as he watched Klein cool down. He was as quiet as a marble statue. "Teacher, besides fighting with fists, would you teach me how to use a straight sword, broadsword, rapier, and spear?" Klein asked proactively. He was in a good mood as he had just digested the seer potion. He had seen weapons like the straight sword and rapier in Gawain's collection room before. There was also chest armor and full body armor. He knew that Gawain wasn't only good at fighting hand-to-hand. Bathed in sunlight, Gawain swept his gaze at Klein. He lowered his voice and replied, "It's useless for you to learn any of those. Those weapons have all fallen behind the times, and their only place is in museums or the private collections of collectors." He fell silent for a few seconds before adding with a voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, "They have been eliminated. You should focus on guns. Even combat is merely supplementary." Klein looked at his listless teacher and chuckled as he spoke. "I don't think so. Every minister, every member of parliament, every general, every one of them thinks so," Gawain said, clenching his teeth. Klein stopped and acted like he was a true keyboard warrior. He responded with ease and fluency. "No, they have merely retreated from the front lines of a battlefield. They still have their uses elsewhere. Why does combat have to be used against firearms? They could be used together. I believe a person who is more flexible, swifter in action, and quicker in response could use guns in a more effective manner." When he saw Gawain's eyes suddenly sharpen, Klein turned smug and continued, "The other weapons aren't eliminated either. They only need some enhancement to be more portable. We could form a squad with high maneuverability, a group that's designed to circle the front lines and launch an attack from behind the enemy and fight right to their core. In such a small-scale surprise attack, a warrior who has outstanding hand-to-hand abilities and familiarity with various kinds of weapons could play an important role. You can imagine such a scene." Klein gave full play to his ability of knowing a bit of everything. He mixed and matched all the combat tactics the special forces on Earth had, and described them to his teacher. He wasn't sure when Gawain's breathing became heavier. He stood there without moving an inch, seemingly unwilling to break the scenes he imagined. Klein stole a glance at the man's reaction. He felt smug in his head as he cleared his throat and said in a restrained manner, "Teacher, what do you think about my plan? Is there any possibility of realizing it?" Gawain's body quivered as though he'd just awoken from a dream. He looked deeply into Klein's eyes and said, "Your break is doing you well. Repeat the whole set of exercises 10 times. Huh? Klein looked lost. Very soon he started running and snapped back to reality. He roared in his heart. 10 sets? Teacher, no. I don't want to celebrate my complete digestion of the seer potion like this. Hey, didn't you gain any inspiration at all? Looking at Klein running towards the other side of the training field, Gawain suddenly uncrossed his arms and covered his face with one hand. He closed his eyes tightly, and the wrinkles on his face were deep and obvious. After nearly puking from exhaustion, Klein took a shower, changed clothes, and bade a still silent Gawain farewell. He took the public carriage and left. He didn't return home directly, but headed to Evil Dragon Bar near the harbor. He planned to inquire about the price of Beyonder ingredients and buy items for making charms. On the way, Klein kept his mind on his tiny stash that he was carrying with him. He forced himself to stay alert and reached his destination with great difficulty. I need to save £4 for the remaining balance that I owe to the detective company. I can only use £3 and 5 soli tonight. He touched the paper notes in his pocket before grabbing his cane and alighting the carriage. At that moment, the sun had already begun slipping below the horizon. All the houses were gradually tainted with the twilight luster. The boxing matches and rat baiting with dogs were already warming up in Evil Dragon Bar. After passing through the billiard room and numerous rooms, Klein finally entered the underground market. He looked to the left and right, but he didn't see Monster Adamasol, who was always active around there. Didn't old Neil say that Adamasol only managed to survive because the boss of Evil Dragon Bar feeds him? Klein asked himself, curiously. As a Nighthawk, he remained vigilant to matters like that. He approached the brawny man guarding the door and asked, "Where's Adamasol?" The brawny man replied without a smile, "I have no idea where he's sleeping. He's been like that lately. He lies down in shivers and chants. Dead, dead, all corpses, everyone has to die." What scenes did he see this time? What triggered him? Klein creased his eyebrows slightly and asked for more details. He wanted to know where Adamasol was sleeping, but the guard didn't know either. "When I'm done, I'll look for him via divination to see what he's been through." After taking note of this, Klein walked towards one of the 2 rooms at the end of the trading market. According to old Neil, the room on the left was for loans and repayment, while the room on the right was for the buying and selling of precious items, including Beyonder ingredients. When he opened the door to enter the room on the right, Klein realized that there was a partition that separated it into 2 spaces, the inside and the outside. There were another 3 customers waiting on the outside. He lowered his silk top hat and queued behind the 3 customers. He leaned his body forward and supported himself with the cane as he waited in silence. Soon, the door of the partition opened and a customer in a bluish-gray harbor worker uniform came out. He kept his head low and left in a hurry. Klein lightly clicked his left molar twice and looked at the man with spirit vision. He then looked at the other 3 customers. There was nothing wrong with them other than the usual minor illnesses that people had. After another 10+ minutes, it was finally his turn. He opened the door and entered the room that was lit with a kerosene lamp. He locked the door and took the seat that belonged to the customer. He looked towards the old man wearing a black felt hat opposite him. "I'd like to know what Beyonder ingredients you have, and at what prices they are being sold." The cheek muscles of the elder were droopy, and the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes were deep, but his body was well built. He didn't find Klein's request weird because many customers weren't willing to let another person know what they wanted to buy before they confirmed that the seller had it available. Generally, they wished to be introduced to all options. The old man flipped to the newest pages of the notebook, stole a glance at Klein, and took a sip of his honey wine before he said, "Water Ghost's brain tissue costs from 3 to 15 pounds, depending on how intact it is. Star Crystal, 150 pounds per 50 grams. 200 pounds for one queen bee grass. 170 pounds for an adult black-spotted frog. 280 pounds for human-faced rose. But there's only one." Klein controlled his emotional response. After he listened to the old man's introduction, he was surprised that an underground trading place like this had fewer than 30 Beyonder ingredients. As he touched the notes worth £7 in his pocket and thought of Miss Justice's attitude towards £1,000, he sighed. Unfortunately, there is nothing I want." Without waiting for the elder to pose any further questions, he quickly turned around to open the door and made an exit. He returned to the underground market and looked around blankly. He stood there for a while and sighed with a bitter smile. "I'm probably the poorest boss among all the secret organizations. That only steeled his resolve of getting ingredients internally from the Nighthawks or through exchanges with Justice or the Hanged Man." After circling the underground market twice, Klein picked and purchased ingredients to make charms, such as a partially finished silver piece, herbal powders needed for rituals, and natural ores. He spent £1.15 in total. My private stash of money only has £5.10 left. Excluding the final payment to the detective, I still have £1.10. After Klein silently did the math regarding his financial situation, he felt helpless. Of course, he knew very well that he had only been working for just over a month. If the time span had been extended to a year, he should have been able to save up more than £100. In another 2 weeks, I'll have to tell Benson and Melissa that I've gotten a raise to £3. We can hire a maidservant, but I won't have a private stash of money anymore, Klein thought as he walked towards the exit of the underground market. Just then, he saw old Neil in his classic black robe entering slowly. "Got everything?" old Neil greeted with a chuckle. "Yes," Klein answered frankly. Old Neil tisked immediately. "You came really early." "That's because I'm still hungry, but you've already had your dinner." Klein chatted casually with old Neil. After a while, the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, Swain, walked in with his Navy officer uniform draped over him. He approached the two of them with a mask of solemnity and lowered his voice. "I need your help." "What happened?" Old Neil suddenly turned serious, and Klein couldn't help but feel a tug at his heartstrings. Hugh Swain's brown hair was messy, and there was a strong smell of alcohol in his breath. He replied in a low voice, "A member from the mandated Punishers has lost control nearby. We have to finish him before he harms any commoners." Chapter 1, 129. Rampager. Lost control. Klein's heart tightened as he nearly blurted out his question. Even though Dunn and old Neil had frequently emphasized the possibilities of losing control and the harm it caused, this was the first time he was experiencing an incident like that. He felt a little horrified, a little lost, a little scared, and a little saddened. He felt extremely mixed emotions. Among the cases that we have to deal with annually, a quarter of them were a result of Beyonders who lost control. And among the quarter of cases, a large number of them are our teammates. Dunn's words flashed past Klein's mind, slowing his reaction. Old Neil, who had experienced many incidents like this, immediately asked, "Where is the Rampager? What do you need us to do?" Klein was taken aback from hearing this. He had believed that a sleazy, half-retired personnel like old Neil would find an excuse to reject Swain's request or extort a huge sum in exchange for his help. Never did Klein expect old Neil to participate without any hesitation, not minding the differences between Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Klein suddenly understood something when he looked at the serious old Neil. It didn't matter if they were Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. Their aim was to stop supernatural powers from harming the innocent and maintain peace and stability in Tingen. If they were met with a dangerous and urgent situation, their sense of duty would propel them to help without hesitation. Swain answered succinctly, "Be my support." He didn't explain why the person lost control or where the rampager was. Instead, he made his way to the exit quickly. This ex-captain of the mandated punishers was clearly an old alcoholic, but Klein realized that he could not keep up with the man's pace. He needed to break into a jog to ensure that he was not left behind. He turned his head to look at old Neil, only to see the old mystery prior break into a run. The three of them didn't pay any attention to the gazes of the guards on their way there. One of them had an old Navy uniform draped over him, another was in a dark classic robe, and the other in a black windbreaker. They charged out of the billiard room and into Evil Dragon Bar. The customers who were drinking shifted their gazes from the rat-baiting competition to Klein and company. "Is that Boss Swain? Where's he going in such a hurry? Did someone default on their loan?" Amidst the soft murmurs, some of the customers focused their attention back to the cage. They once again broke into an uproar, venting the stresses of their day. However, some of the more perceptive customers felt a faint sense of unease. Tap, tap, tap. Klein, old Neil, and Swain ran across the road and entered the harbor district. On that boat, Swain slowed down and pointed at a cargo ship not far away. Two mandated punishers are circling the rampager, preventing him from entering the Tussock River. Help me influence him and bring him under control. Leave the rest to me. Old Neil panted for air and said, "All right, but you have to give me a minute." "Phew, a minute to recover." Swain nodded and didn't say any more. He charged up to the ship and joined the fight. Upon hearing the sounds of combat on the ship, old Neil looked at the somewhat nervous Klein. He took out a piece of silver about the size of a baby's palm from a hidden pocket near his waist. He then passed the silver to Klein and said, "Slumber charm. The incantation to activate this amulet is the phrase Evernight in ancient Hermes. After you finish the incantation, inject your spirituality into the charm and then throw it at the target after 3 seconds." "All right." Klein extended his hand to receive the charm and felt moved. This charm was carved with Hermes incantations on both sides, as well as the corresponding symbols, path numbers, and the spell's characteristics. He didn't need to activate his spirit vision to feel the deep, serene power flowing within the charm. Old Neil stood up straight and took out a similar charm from his hidden pocket and held it in his palm. He joked as he walked toward the cargo ship. "Do not be too nervous. Relax and think about something else. For example, I lent you that charm. If you're going to use it, remember to make one for me in return. Of course, you can wait till next month when you receive a new quota of materials before you do so." He really is the experienced old Neil. Klein placed the charm into his left pocket, reached into his holster, took out his revolver, and adjusted the hammer and drum. "I don't feel that nervous anymore." He had a gun in one hand and his cane in the other. He made his way up the steps with old Neil and boarded the cargo ship. This cargo ship had obvious signs of age. Although it was powered by steam and had a chimney, it retained its past fixtures, such as its mast and sails. Furthermore, only its surface and some other portions were plated with metal. The remaining sections of the ship were still made of wood. As the sounds of the battle intensified, Klein and old Neil suddenly heard a loud noise amid the din while searching for a way to enter the cabin. The wooden cabin was instantly shattered, its fragments flying everywhere. A figure fell through the hole and crashed onto the side of the ship. Klein didn't have the luxury of time to evaluate the man's injuries. His gaze was focused on the monster which was charging towards the hole. The monster was over 1.8 meters in height and was wearing a tattered shirt and trouser. Its ankles were covered with dark green scales, and a layer of skin had formed between its fingers and toes, as if they were the webbed limbs of an aquatic creature. It had a head covered in wrinkles, still barely resembling a human. Its scales were coated with a sticky fluid that continuously dripped onto the floor. Sizzle! The sticky dark green liquid corroded the deck slightly, leaving visible marks behind. Bam! Swain punched the monster from the side, causing it to stagger 2 steps to the side. Bam! 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 Even with the ridiculous muscles Swain had, he was clearly inferior to the monster. Despite having his punches and kicks connect, they were unable to smash through its scales and cause physical harm. Swain was momentarily reduced to a wretched state as he staggered. If not for Swain's astounding sense of balance and the efforts of the other mandated punishers to shoot and suppress the monster, Klein suspected that this blue-eyed elder would have been beaten to death by the monster. Thud, thud, thud. Swain took multiple steps back, then advanced once again, like a moth to a flame. But Klein could sense that he was accumulating something, waiting for something. Bam! Swain was sent to retreat, his body obscuring another mandated punisher's field of vision. The monster took this chance to charge towards the opening. It wanted to escape the ship and jump into the Tussock River. Looking at the wrinkled, sticky head of the monster, Klein lifted his right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The silver demon hunting bullet hit the monster's body just as he predicted, but it had only hit its scales and failed to fully penetrate its body. The monster let out an ear-piercing shriek before it exerted strength with its feet and pounced at Klein. When a stinking, fishy smell hit him, Klein suddenly hunched down and rolled to the side. Clang! He felt the ship shake as fragments had hit it as well. At the same time, he heard an old but deep voice recite an incantation in ancient Hermes. Evernight! Klein rolled over 2 more times. He couldn't care about his cane as he lifted his head and revolver in a fluster. All he saw was old Neil tossing out his charm calmly, despite being incredibly close to the monster. The piece of silver was instantly swallowed by a dark red flame and released the faint sound of an explosion. A deep, serene power spread forth. The monster, who had almost destroyed the side of the shop, rocked. Its movements became sluggish. Swain charged out from the cabin. He approached the creature and pulled back his arm, hitting the monster like a jackhammer. His punches connected with the head of the monster. But he could barely inflict a wound, let alone cause any fatal damage. But Klein could sense that whatever the blue-eyed elder was accumulating had finally reached its peak. Boom! The monster seemed to recover. It flailed its arm and made Swain take 5 steps back in retreat. Each of his steps caused cracks to form on the deck. Seeing that the monster was about to turn around and jump off the cargo ship, Klein took out the slumber charm from his pocket in a hurry, after which he expertly recited the phrase in ancient Hermes, Evernight. Suddenly, Klein felt the silver charm in his hand turn ice-cold, as if it was made from snow. He didn't think too much about it. He injected his spirituality into the charm, then pulled his arm back before throwing it forward, sending the charm flying toward the monster. Meanwhile, the fish and human monster had jumped into the air. The dark red flames illuminated the surrounding darkness, and the faint explosion was like a prelude to a slumber as it quickly radiated outwards. Bam! The monster fell onto the dock, squirming into a ball. It was temporarily in a half-asleep state. Klein was just about to rush to the side of the boat and shoot at the monster's head when he suddenly saw Swain charge out and jump over, his Navy uniform already long gone. He changed his posture in the air, his muscles tightening. Using his spiritual perception, Klein could feel something that had been suppressed erupt. Swain descended from the sky and slammed into the body of the monster. He then straightened his back and landed a heavy fist on the head of the monster. Crack! The monster's skull shattered into pieces. Dark red blood and grayish brain matter laced with the green sticky liquid splattered all over the ground. "This is one of the abilities of a folk of rage," Klein muttered to himself as he stood near the broken side of the ship. Old Neil held his left arm and leaned over to look at what had happened below. At that moment, Swain was standing straight. He stared at the monster under his feet that had just lost its life. He took out a metal flask and opened the lid. He drank a good half of the liquor before tilting the flask, pouring the remaining liquor onto the monster. After finishing this, Swain looked like he had aged considerably, his back hunching a little. Old Neil sighed as he looked at the scene below. He whispered to Klein, "I know this mandated punisher who lost control. He had followed Swain for almost 30 years, once clearing water ghosts, who had been killing people on the shore. He also captured evil beyonders who were trying to escape through the Tussock River." He didn't continue, but Klein understood what he wanted to say. A god who had made many contributions and killed countless monsters ended up becoming a monster himself. This was not an isolated incident. It was a possible outcome that many members of the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind would one day face. Hi, C.K. Talon here, the translator of LOM. I've included the author's notes before the book went premium in China below. It has been 2 months since LOM was first released, and it's time to go premium. In the past 2 months, I nearly didn't say much in the author's notes or interact much with you. The main reason is that I'm increasingly convinced that the best communication between author and reader is inside the novel. I will write whatever I wish to express or describe inside the story, so there's no need for me to say anything else. Yes, back to LOM, I probably had this idea to find the joy from first coming into contact with web novels. That feeling of, wow, there can be such a world, or there's actually such a magical world. Back then, every book presented a variety of different and interesting worlds. It always exposed me to more, making me unable to extricate myself from those worlds as they expand my imagination. Of course, it has to do with me having little exposure to similar novels. Therefore, when I felt that I had made sufficient preparations in creating the framework of a relatively new world and an interesting and amazing system, I began this book with uneasiness and courage. With acting, the 22 pathways as core, with 220 potions and 220 jobs, this is a part that I hope the most that can interest everyone. In addition, it mixes in Cthulhu mythos, SCP Foundation elements, and the vibes of the first Industrial Revolution's era and a steampunk world. I read many books and created many settings, but I know that what's most important is to carefully tell this story. I took my time to tell it, which is why the first volume's pace is extremely slow. It's also why chapters consisting of more than 410, 000 plus Chinese characters, 255 000 plus English words were released free. I wanted to honestly develop the plot and accentuate the characters to portray the world. I didn't seek so-called climaxes and presented the scenes in my heart to you. Quote, thanks to Ma'am's writing, I was able to have standards that can attract others when writing slice-of-life parts. allowing me to be equipped with the ability and writing flair needed to honestly tell a story. In the past, I learned how to express, or it could be said that every writer or author can innately express. But now, I feel that I've begun restraining myself. Many a time I would not describe it, but use actions, speech, and expressions to present the emotions without any inner monologue. I might not even use actions, speech, and expression, just describing it coldly, like the chapter with the female lead workers. It's also my wish to maintain standards at critical points in Luna. This book's various frameworks are probably the most complete one among all my books. Look forward to how I handle everything. This is my thoughts and attempts for this book. I hope everyone will like it. I wish you can support me by paying for premium chapters. After all, I still need to make a livelihood. I still need to meet the demands of my wife. I've always been a normal person, and I've never had any doubts to that. At the same time, I'm also a person who's very lazy and have many personality problems. I once thought of organizing my own fan club like other authors, but it's really frustrating and tiring. Then there was no more Athens. I once thought of having a Weibo one to amass some popularity, but it's really frustrating and tiring. Then there was no more Athens. I've already lost track of the last time I updated on Weibo. I made a public WeChat account and attempted writing some things, but it's really frustrating and tiring. Then there are updates only once in a while. I attempted to hire others to help me run the social media account, but I always find it awkward and embarrassing, seeing the content posted by others. So I stopped it. I wish to be a mediator for myself. Admit it, you are a lazy person. You are a person who is flawed when it comes to social interactions. You are a thin-skinned person who wants face at the cost of your life. You are a person who doesn't like getting disturbed by various miscellaneous matters. You are just like it is to wash a pig is to waste both water and soap. Perhaps what I can do well and am willing to do well is to write novels, the depiction of the story in my heart. That is how I reconcile with myself, not to live on awkwardly or force myself to become popular. For the public account, I'll post something when I think of it. If there's nothing, forget it. Well, reconciliation is just an artistic way of saying convincing. The accurate description should be to live in self-abandonment. Asterisk rubs hands nefariously. After this communication, we will have premium chapters for the next update. I'll make my plea here for you to support premium and vote with your power stones. There will be a mass release. Really, I have a stockpile. Well, there will at least be 5, maybe 6. Chapter 130. Backlund's Secret Gathering. Klein looked at Swain standing before the monster's corpse before looking sideways towards the mandated Punisher, who was helping his semi-conscious partner up by the arm. Klein suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. It was almost impossible for members of the Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, and the machinery hive mind to be known as heroes. The things they did were never made known to the public, but only hidden in confidential dockets. But the danger and pain they endured were ever so real. Perhaps there would be a day when my enemy will be one of my teammates. Klein sighed silently. He felt the heavy weight that all Nighthawks, mandated Punishers, and machinery hive mind carried. At that moment, old Neil let out a sigh. Let's go, let's not disturb them. Okay. Klein picked up his cane. Just as he widened his stride, he suddenly noticed that old Neil was still holding his left hand. He asked, concerned, "Are you hurt?" Old Neil chuckled briefly before saying, "I got stabbed by one of the shrapnel earlier. If I was still young, I definitely would have been able to dodge it. Luckily, it's just a small cut." He moved his right hand slightly to let Klein see the tiny wound that was still lightly bleeding on the back of his left hand. After he confirmed that it wasn't a big issue, Klein walked off along the gangway as he sighed. "Mr. Neal, you're much calmer than I imagined. Despite being less than 2 meters away from the monster, you could still chant the incantation calmly and use the charm." Although the rampaging mandated Punisher had leaped towards Klein in the form of a monster, Old Neil was physically very close to him the entire time. Old Neil chucked at the compliment. "I'm an experienced Nighthawk. Among the dangerous things that I've done, what happened just now isn't even in my top 10. Once, when I was patrolling Raphael Cemetery with Dunn, I had no idea that a corpse had turned into a zombie and left its tomb to lie in ambush in the shadows of the trees. I passed by without noticing it at all, since I was looking for some hidden spot. You know what I mean. In the end, he leapt onto my back and seized my throat." Klein felt gripped by terror when he heard the recollection as he voiced out his guess. "And under such a situation, you were still calm enough to use a charm? Or did you use some spell that a mystery prior could cast quickly?" Old Neil stole a glance at him and chortled. "No, Dunn managed to drag that zombie into a slumber in time. I'm telling you this story to tell you that, as a Nighthawk, you not only have to believe in yourself, you also have to trust your teammates too." Klein fell silent for a few seconds. Then he replied, both sincerely and jokingly, "Mr. Neal, you are so wise today." Old Neil did a tiny hop and found his footing on the pier. He replied in disdain, "That's because you only get to know the most trivial side of me, usually." The two of them left the harbor and walked towards Evil Dragon Bar. Klein put away his revolver, set his cane aside, and took off his jacket. Under the light of the gas street lamp, he started checking if there was any damage to his jacket. How lucky. There are only a few splinters and a patch that got dirtied. He removed the splinters and roughly patted the dust away. Then he put it back on. Old Neil looked at him with a smile and mimicked his tone by adding leisurely, "What a pity. There's no way to claim compensation." Klein was temporarily at a loss for words. "I'm not such a person," he emphasized in his heart. As the public carriage arrived, Klein took out his silver vine-leaf pocket watch and flipped it open to check the time. "If there's nothing else, I have to head home," he turned to tell Old Neil. Old Neil nodded slightly and said, "Enjoy your dinner at home. You don't need to think about the slumber charm. I'll get Swain to compensate me. He's a rich man, after all. Of course, I won't go today. I have to consider his mood." Klein opened his mouth, but in the end he only said, "Thank you for your generosity." He boarded the carriage quickly and returned to Daffodil Street. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the sky had already grown dark. Klein took out his keys to open the door and saw Melissa taking off her fishnet hat and setting it on the clothes rack. He smiled and did small talk. "You just got back." Then his mixed emotions suddenly vanished, and he felt relaxed and warm. "There was a practical lesson in school today," Melissa explained seriously. Klein sniffed and smelled the fragrance of food. He was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Then, who's cooking dinner?" The moment he finished his sentence, both of them answered the question in unison. "Benson." Their tone had a hint of alarm. Benson, who had heard their conversation, walked out of the kitchen. While wiping his hands on an apron, he said, "Do you have no confidence in my cooking? I remember that before Melissa learned how to cook, you two would wait for me to come home and watch me cook with anticipation. Actually, cooking is so easy. You want potato beef stew. Put in the beef first, then the potatoes, then add some seasoning." Klein and Melissa exchanged glances and remained silent. Putting aside his cane and took off his hat, Klein turned around and smiled. I think it's time to hire a maidservant. It's very unhealthy to not eat dinner on time. But I don't want to have a stranger next to us when we chat. That'll make me feel uncomfortable, Melissa said, subconsciously finding an excuse to object. Klein spoke with a smile as he took off his jacket. "Oh, I don't mind." Just then, his expression froze and he stopped what he was doing. "I almost took off my jacket. I still have a revolver at my armpit." Ahem. He cleared his throat and pretended nothing happened. "Don't mind her. When we get home, we can let the maidservant rest in her room. I doubt any maidservant would dislike resting. We must find a maidservant who's willing to learn how to cook." He didn't want to endure the torture of a cuisine that left him guessing in the future. Benson stood at the kitchen and nodded in agreement. "When we have time, we can go over to Tingen Family Servant Assistance Association. They have a great deal of experience and many resources in this field." "All right, it's decided then." Klein ignored Melissa's unwilling look. Backlund, Empress Borough, Viscount Glaint's residence. Audrey Hall left the party with her personal maid, Annie. They came to the second floor and entered the bedroom that the Viscount had prepared. She took off her glamorous dress and her lightweight dancing heels slowly with Annie's assistance. She then put on a black hooded robe that she had prepared ahead of time. Pulling up the hood, Audrey stood before the full mirror and examined herself. She saw that more than half her face was covered by the shadow of her hood, and only her beautiful lips were clearly exposed. Long black robe, face hidden by shadows, a mysterious feeling. This is something I've been dreaming of wearing all this time, Audrey thought to herself happily. Worried, she added a blue boat-shaped soft hat under her hood. With the fine checkered fishnet drooping down, her facial features became even more indiscernible. Not bad, that's it. Audrey stuffed her feet into leather ankle boots, looked to the side, and told Annie, "Wait for me here. No matter who comes, do not open the door." Annie looked at her helplessly and said, "But you have to make sure that your trip doesn't take more than an hour." "You should trust me. I have kept my promise every single time in the past." Audrey smiled and leaned in towards her personal maidservant. She hugged her and kissed her cheek as etiquette demanded. Then she walked quickly and pulled up her hood. Turning around, she exited the bedroom through a secret door. She walked all the way down and came to the side door of the Viscount's residence, where she saw that there was already a carriage waiting there. Glaint stood amidst the shadows as he glanced at Audrey and complimented sincerely, "By dressing up like this, you are really, like the description Emperor Roselle often used. Very cool." "Thank you." Audrey pulled up an imaginary skirt and curtsied elegantly. The two of them got into the carriage and left the villa. They arrived at a house about 10 minutes away. Outside the house, Audrey saw Apprentice Force Wall and her friend, Tribunal Shio Derecha, whom she had been seeing recently. Force's slightly wavy brown hair and her light blue eyes showed a natural laziness. She pointed at Shio Derecha next to her and said, "She's an excellent persuader, capable of helping you get things that you want." Shio Derecha was slightly shorter, about 150 centimeters at most. Her facial features were soft, but she seemed pretty young and immature. Although her shoulder-length blonde hair was messy and unkempt, and she was in a traditional night training suit, she carried an indescribable look of dignity and a convincing charm. Audrey had met her a few times. She smiled faintly and greeted, "Miss Shio, can I trust you?" "You don't have to worry at all." Shio Derecha smiled and gestured with her hand. Just as she walked to follow Audrey and Viscount Glaint, they heard a sudden thud. Audrey looked towards the source of the sound and saw that a triangular blade coruscating with a cold glimmer had fallen beside Shio Derechi's leg. Audrey and Shio Derecha exchanged looks, simultaneously at a loss for words. After nearly 20 seconds, Shio Derecha quickly squatted and picked up the triangular blade and hid it on her body. "We have to prevent the occurrence of an accident. Some people lack rationality, and they aren't convinced easily," Shio Derecha explained seriously. Audrey nodded and replied with a clear voice, "I believe you." "These are tools to convince those B** stars to talk to us calmly," Force added, looking sideways at the grass plains. The quartet didn't continue conversing and walked a few steps forward. They knocked on the wooden door with 3 long and 2 short knocks. The door squeaked and opened. Slowly, using her spectator state, Audrey looked into the house that had many people sitting around randomly. They employed various methods, such as hoods or masks, to conceal their looks. Some didn't even bother and exposed their faces openly. Almost instantly, Audrey noticed a black-robed man on a single-seat sofa. That man wore a hood, too, hiding his looks under a shadow. He looked at all the guests in silence, giving people a feeling that he was somehow in a commanding position. He is very confident, but his gaze is very disgusting. His gaze moved up and down my body like 2 slippery tentacles, wanting to tear off my clothes. Audrey's senses were sharp. She carefully observed and made a judgment calmly, but she nearly had goosebumps. Force introduced him. "That's Mr. A powerful Beyonder, the leader of this secret gathering. Chapter 1, 131, Transaction, Mr. A. That sounds more like a code name for a criminal rather than a powerful man of mystery. It can't be compared to the Fool at all. No, only gods or demigods can be compared to Mr. Fool." Audrey felt a sense of superiority as she thought about this. She looked calmly at Mr. A and spoke to Force and Shio Derecha with a hushed tone. "Are there any stories about this man?" The hooded Viscount Glaint was equally curious. Shio Derecha replied sternly, "There were several such incidents in the past. Sequence 8 Beyonders, some even at Sequence 7, have targeted and tried to deal with Mr. A, but they've all mysteriously disappeared." "So he truly is a powerful Beyonder," Glaint marveled. They walked into the room as they spoke. The guards immediately closed the door behind them. After adjusting to the gas lamp's light in the room, Audrey saw 2 blackboards with several phrases written across them right in front of her. At that moment, Force, who had an unlit cigarette in her hand, whispered, "Those are the requests of the members of this gathering. You should be able to understand that many people do not wish for others to know what they possess, to avoid being a target of greedy people. Thus, they write their requests, or what they are selling, as well as the rough price on the blackboards anonymously." Audrey nodded. She didn't care to observe the members of the meeting. Instead, she shifted her gaze to the words on the left board. "I need a pair of eyes from a mature man-haul fish. The dust left behind by vengeful spirits, 165 pounds. 3 pages from Emperor Roselle's notebook, 20 pounds. Audrey couldn't maintain the state of her spectator when she saw that. She was as shocked as she was excited. These prices are too cheap, she thought in excitement and joy. As she walked, her gaze shifted as she saw other notices. Tears of an infant flower, 200 pounds. Mummy powder, 10 grams, 5 pounds. Fishman's secretion, 30 milliliters, 29 pounds. Formula for Sequence 8 Potion Sheriff, 450 pounds. Just too cheap. The Beyonder ingredients all cost less than 300 pounds. Audrey's eyes sparkled as she found a place to sit together with her companions. Derecha leaned over and whispered into her ear. "Do you have anything you want?" Audrey breathed heavily. Emperor Roselle's famous quote flashed through her mind. "I want it all." She had 2 elder brothers, rendering her eligibility to inherit the aristocratic title and the main portion of the inheritance null. But as a lady adored by her parents and brothers, she had property, farmland, pastures, mines, jewelry, stocks, and bonds to her name. Together they were valued at £300,000. This was a part of her inheritance, but she only possessed them in name before her father, Count Hall, passed away, or when she got married. Every year she received a corresponding amount from a trust fund. But even so, she could receive £15,000 to £25,000 a year, making her one of the richest women among the nobles in the entire Lowen kingdom. Of course, she had expenses she couldn't avoid as a noble, and now that she was receiving annual payouts, she could no longer pester her parents for money all the time. She controlled herself and answered with reservation, "For the time being, I have my sights on Emperor Roselle's notebook. I adore him, and I think that the special symbols and literature he created hold a mysterious power. It's just that we haven't found the correct way to decipher them." "Audrey, you are becoming more and more hypocritical," she added in her heart. Just as she had said that, a young man in a white shirt sitting near them stood up excitedly. He agreed with Audrey. "Yes, that's true. I've finally met someone who shares the same opinion as me. I'm the person with the 3 pages of the notebook, and I can sell them to you right now." Audrey was at a loss at first before she replied with a smile. "Then please allow me to express my gratitude." She took out a pair of £10 notes and handed them over to the man, then received the 3 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary in exchange. Of course, no one here knew that they were part of his diary, and thus everyone generally called them his notebook. Audrey flipped through the pages after she received them, and confirmed that the writing was similar to the previous pages that she had come across. She put away the diary and asked Shio and Force softly, "Who can I look for if the notes are fake, Mr. A?" "Yes, Mr. A will not allow any fraud to take place in his gathering, and I could help you mediate this privately too," Shio Derecha replied eagerly. "Oh, I understand." Audrey entered her spectator state and surveyed the Beyonders and Beyonders to be around her. There were many people looking over because of the excitement of the young man just now. They were observing Audrey and Glaint, some making it obvious while others were more discreet. But Audrey and Glaint's hoods covered their features well. There are sofas and chairs strewn all around the venue, all facing the board. The material of the furniture is rather normal, indicating that the person who gathered them here, Mr. A, isn't a noble and doesn't care much about the venue. Yes, with the confidence he displayed, he need not be overly pretentious with the venue. Audrey looked around and calmly observed. Mr. A looks at all the ladies present, his gaze often lingering on those who have above-average looks. He's lecherous. Why is he looking at me so frequently? Can he see through my robe? Audrey was shocked at this deduction. She felt disgusted, as if she had just eaten a fly. But her worries quickly eased, for she noticed that Mr. A was not looking at her body, or the bodies of the other ladies. This means that his eyes cannot see through fabric directly. His sense of sight is exceptional. It's as if he's observing me at a close distance. With that ability, the hood won't achieve much. Audrey calmly observed the rest of the people engaging in their own deals and got an understanding of the circumstances of some of the people there. At that moment, Mr. A's facilitator walked over and whispered to Audrey's group, "You can write your requests on a piece of paper and pass them to me, or wait till the break later to write whatever you want to sell on the blackboard in the small room." Fours took a whiff of her cigarette and surveyed the surroundings cautiously. Have you considered which Sequence 9 formula you want? She had kept her promise and told Audrey and Viscount Glaint about all the sequence pathways she knew of. Audrey pretended to think before saying, "Spectator, I want to become a spectator, and I also want the advancement of spectator, the telepathist." She considered the fact that she would have to come into frequent contact with Force and Shio Derecha in the future, making it highly possible that they would realize that she was a beyonder, a spectator. Thus, she decided to take this opportunity to reveal this to them, and completely conceal the fact that the Tarot Club existed. "Even though I'll be wasting some money, it'll still be worth it," Audrey praised herself. At the same time, she noticed that Shio Derecha was looking at the blackboards from time to time. Her expression was that of desire and depression. "Shio told me that the corresponding Sequence 8 to Arbiter was Sheriff. She's looking at the £450 price tag? Well, it's obvious that she wants the formula for Sheriff. She's already been an Arbiter for more than a year, and she has been unknowingly acting the role of an Arbiter. Her potion should have been digested already. All these details tell me that Shio lacks money." As Audrey was deducing all of this, Viscount Glaint revealed his choice. "Apothecary, I want the formula for Sequence 9 Apothecary." Feeling the gazes from Audrey, Force, and Shio, he explained himself with a chortle. "To me, health and not having to worry about major illnesses and harm is the most important thing." "A rational decision. I once dreamed of becoming an apothecary." Force sighed while smiling. She had a rather languid demeanor. After making the decision, Audrey and the rest wrote their requests on pieces of paper and handed them over to the facilitator. They looked on as the facilitator made his way around the venue and asked the other participants, collecting several other slips of paper. This facilitator then shuffled the notes and handed them over to his partner in charge of the blackboards, asking him to transcribe the information onto them. "I need the formulas for potions, spectator, and telepathist. The price will be negotiated face-to-face." The facilitator would repeat the request 3 times after he wrote it onto the blackboard. If someone was interested, they could apply for a room in secret. There would be facilitators helping them complete the deal. After waiting for a while, Audrey and Glaint didn't receive a request for a deal. They were rather disappointed. At this moment, a facilitator walked over to Audrey's side and handed her a folded piece of paper. "It's from Mr. A," the facilitator said softly. Audrey unfolded the slip of paper and took a look. "Are you interested in the formulas of other Sequence 9 potions?" Audrey curled the ends of her mouth disdainfully and wrote on a blank spot, "I am only interested in Spectator." She folded the piece of paper and handed it back to the facilitator, then watched as he passed it back to Mr. A. Mr. A took a glance and didn't say anything, continuing to look over the rest of the members silently. But Audrey sharply noticed that he had secretly burned the piece of paper and allowed the ashes to fall to the floor. 15 minutes later, Mr. A said, "Now we will have a break. You can interact with other participants freely." At this moment, the young man who sold Emperor Roselle's diary approached Audrey and said in excitement, "I have already deciphered a portion of the Emperor Roselle's special characters and tattooed them onto myself, allowing me to gain some remarkable abilities. Are you interested?" Audrey suddenly recalled that she had asked Mr. Fool if the special characters in the Emperor Roselle's diary possessed any unique abilities. Mr. Fool's answer was that they were useless unless a deity suddenly took interest in them. She looked at the young man in front of her and thought for a moment. She then probed, "What remarkable abilities?" The young man answered excitedly, "I have become stronger and more healthy." Audrey looked at him in pity. I'm sorry, I have more trust in my own research. In the remaining time, she continued observing those who came to this gathering, but didn't obtain any more information. All she had was a rough deduction that some of them were doctors or lawyers, ordinary occupations. Audrey and the rest left the venue after another half an hour and returned to Viscount Glaint's mansion as they waited till the ball ended. Audrey returned home at about 10 that night. She was about to get her maidservant to prepare some hot water when she saw her dog Susie shoot her a look. My dog just shot me a look. Audrey's emotions became complicated. Chapter 132. Meeting the monster again. She found an excuse for her maidservant to leave them alone temporarily. Audrey locked the door and looked back at her golden retriever, Susie, who she wasn't sure could still be considered as her pet. You heard, or came across something. Susie sat steadily and howled, reverberating the air around her. Yes, I heard the Count's discussion with a few members of Parliament in the study. They said that the King and the Prime Minister came to a mutual agreement. They will give up their revenge plan on the Fey-Sac Empire in Balam's east coast for the time being. Where's Balam's east coast? Susie's terrifying speed at grasping Lowen made Audrey feel mixed emotions. She fell silent for a few seconds before she said, I'll give you a map tomorrow. Okay, Tilde, Susie replied in delight. The King and the Prime Minister believe that presently the most pertinent task is to push for the Reformation, which will allow civil servants to be selected via examination. They hope to pass the bill through the House of Lords and the House of Commons before October. Really? Audrey asked, pleasantly surprised. That was the first matter that she had managed to secretly guide after she became a spectator. Turning it into reality would give her a sense of achievement. Susie answered frankly, I can't give you a definite answer. This is just what I've heard. I couldn't even fully understand what they meant. After all, I'm a dog that just started to learn. Audrey was stunned for a moment before she beamed and said, Susie, you did well. This is your reward. She took out a bag from a lavish cabinet, tore open the seal, and placed it before Susie. It was a dog biscuit produced by the Backlund Pet Care Company, which was made of flour, vegetables, meat, and water. It was a snack that Susie really liked. Susie sat straight and sniffed. She waved her paw, seemingly deciding how she was to consume it to suit her present identity the best. After a few seconds, she gave up thinking, adhered to her instinct, and leaped forward. She grabbed the bag of snacks and ran outside. She stood on her hind legs and opened the door with one claw, then ran out and hid in the shadows and began enjoying her snack. On Sunday, Klein didn't wake up until the afternoon, because he had spent the night on duty at Chanis Gate. Klein took the trackless public carriage and arrived at Evil Dragon Bar. He had previously planned to use divination to find Monster Adamasol and determine the reason for his recent oddity. However, he was interrupted by the loss of control of a mandated Punisher and could only reschedule it to today. He went through the billiard room and entered the underground market. Klein didn't need to search for. He immediately saw Adamasol shivering in a corner. When the pale-looking young man with black, messy, oily hair sensed Klein's approach, he suddenly covered his eyes and leaned against the wall in an attempt to move towards the side door. Klein quickened his pace and blocked Adamasol from leaving. He tapped the left molars twice, secretly. In his spirit vision, Adamasol's aura appeared rather unhealthy. All the colors seemed dim. In other words, although he didn't have any major diseases, his body was very weak. At the same time, Klein realized that vibrant fear and anxiety were revealed in the monster's emotions. He had lost almost all of the blue that represented rational thinking. The surface of his astral projection extended from the depths of his ether body. The color was a unified, transparent, and colorless, just like a pure light. Is this the uniqueness of a naturally born monster? Klein nodded indiscernibly as he stared at Adamisol's face and said, "What did you see recently? What did you come across? Why are you hiding in a corner and quivering while saying that there are all corpses and that everyone is dead?" Ademisol lowered his head and looked towards his toes. It seemed like he didn't dare to look directly at the person before him. He was shivering almost violently in his grayish-blue trousers and ragged linen shirt. He replied in a fluster, "No, I didn't see anything. No, I only had a dream. There's blood everywhere in the dream and corpses scattered everywhere. Ha ha, boo-hoo, I was among the corpses. I was there. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." He laughed and he cried. His reply confused Klein. Klein massaged his temples and lowered his voice to ask again, "Why are you afraid of me?" Ademisol was taken aback for a few seconds when he suddenly squatted down. He yelled in extreme fear, "No! No!" Everyone looked over, and Klein suddenly felt awkward. "I didn't do anything to you. Why are you screaming as though something happened?" He laughed dryly. He saw that Adamisol had curled up in a trembling fetal position. Besides begging for mercy, he didn't say anything else. Klein had no choice but to distance himself and pretend that he was just passing by. Maybe I should ask Mr. Azek for advice. But he just went on vacation to the northern part of the Faysac Empire last week, and he'll only return next Thursday or Friday. Before that, I have to first report to Captain. Klein covered his mouth as he yawned. He turned and left the underground market. After he got his salary that week, his private stash returned to £8.10 solely. However, truly rare Beyonder ingredients were so expensive that he could only window shop. Of course, if he wasn't afraid of the high interest, he could get a short-term loan from Swain. When he exited Evil Dragon Bar and waited for the public carriage, Klein considered the future developments. In another week, the £12 from my advance salary at the beginning will be cleared. The money that I bring home will finally reach £3 a week. Melissa will have no excuse about delaying the hiring of a maidservant. The other £3 will remain a secret, and I'll save up more money for myself. And I have to quickly get the telepathist formula or related clues from Daxter Guderian. I can use the excuse of giving an underling funds to exchange it for cash from Miss Justice. This could be done through an anonymous bank transfer. During the process, I'll cause interference via divination. That will be very safe, and it won't reveal my identity. After getting on a public carriage, Klein didn't head to the Blackthorn Security Company directly, but planned on heading to the Divination Club for 2 hours. It was part of the work needed to foreshadow his digestion of the potion. Plus, Klein was now considered famous in the divination industry. There were returning customers from the past, and there were also referrals. On average, he would have more than 10 divinations in an afternoon. Hence, even though he only went twice a week, he could still make a profit of £0.50. To the impoverished Mr. Fool, it was better than nothing. Sigh, it's a pity that I made it sound too good at the beginning and fostered too perfect of an image. I can't just change my divination fees as I wish. While sitting in the meeting room at the Divination Club, Klein thought to himself helplessly as he drank his Cyber black tea. With his present fame, people would still seek his services, even if he charged 4 solely. However, as a seer that respected fate, he could only continue to charge 8 pence. Although Klein had fully digested the potion, he wasn't willing to take the risk of going against the seer principles that he previously summarized. That included not obtaining excessive benefits from divination. After all, he didn't know if it would lead to losing control or other negative effects. The confidential information the Nighthawks had didn't include the concept of digesting. Thus, Klein couldn't determine if there was still risks after fully digesting the potion, or if he could do anything that was against the principle. Just as he was thinking about these things, the beautiful attendant named Angelica came in and walked over to him. She leaned down and softly said, "Mr. Moretti, someone wishes for your divination. Red agate room." All right. Klein had checked if it was a suitable day to visit the divination club before he came, and he had obtained a definite answer from his divination. He took his silk top hat, exited the meeting room, and saw his customer that was waiting at the door of the red agate room. The customer was a maiden, around 16 years old. She was wearing a light blue ruffled dress and holding a gauze hat of the same color. She had brown curly hair, a cute face with baby fat, and a pair of beautiful light blue eyes. Elizabeth. Klein recognized his sister's good friend Elizabeth, who studied at the Evos public school. He had once helped pick an amulet for her, and also resolved Selena's magic mirror divination incident with her assistance. Similarly, Elizabeth said in pleasant surprise, "Mr. Moretti, it's really you. I was wondering if it was you when I saw the name." "I am a mysticism enthusiast after all," Klein explained helplessly. Then he added, "Don't tell Melissa. Oh, Selena as well." The divination results showed that it was suitable for me to visit the divination club. Why did I run into Elizabeth? He shook his head as he turned around to open the door to the red agate room. At the same time, he clicked his left molar twice. They entered the room slowly. After he took the seat of the diviner, he lifted his head to look towards Elizabeth. With just one glance, he creased his eyebrows. There was a faint layer of gloomy green in the maiden's energy field, a symptom of being haunted by spirits and wraiths. Klein made a calm judgment and asked directly, "Have you had nightmares recently, ones with repetitive elements?" Elizabeth, who had just locked the door and had yet to take a seat, was dumbstruck. It took her a long time to reply. "Yes, that's why I came here to look for you." Klein leaned back and asked, "What kind of dream did you have? When did it start?" "It began from the last 2 days of my vacation to Lamoud town. Oh, our family has an estate there." Elizabeth was considered half a mysticism enthusiast, so she had better memories of such situations. "In my dream, I always run into a knight in full black armor. He carries a huge broadsword, and his face is fully covered by a helmet, so all I could see is a pair of glowing red eyes. In the dream, he keeps attempting to get closer to me. Afraid, I run away, but the distance shortens each and every time." Klein thought and asked, 2 or 3 days before you had such a dream, did you get in touch with any antiques, ancient ruins, burial objects, or a mausoleum?" Elizabeth recalled and answered, I visited a mountain near Lamoud town. There was an abandoned ancient castle." "That's a standard opening of a paranormal novel," Klein lampooned silently as he pressed on. "Did you leave anything behind in the castle, or did you take anything from the castle?" Elizabeth creased her beautiful eyebrows and answered moments later in uncertainty, "I got cut by brambles and bled. Does leaving blood behind count?" Klein nodded with a mask of solemnity and answered in a deep voice, "Yes." Chapter 1, 133, Expensive Charms. Elizabeth immediately turned nervous after hearing Klein's reply. Subconsciously, she began to speak faster. "Can you help me divine the specific reason? It will be even better if you can divine a way to solve this." Divination can only give us a general direction of how to solve the problem, and furthermore, it will be unclear and filled with symbolism, making it difficult to decipher the hints correctly. Of course, you're very lucky. I'm not an ordinary seer. I'm a true mysticism scholar. Klein lampooned the girl's question before saying solemnly, "Since this matter has to do with dreams, I would suggest a similar divination method." All right. Elizabeth nodded her head like a hungry woodpecker. Klein maintained his professional attitude. "I will need you to sleep here and allow that dream to present itself. Is that a problem?" "There's no problem, I trust you," Elizabeth answered, without hesitation while pursing her lips. But she quickly added with a stammer, But I cannot guarantee that I would have that dream." "It's just an attempt," Klein consoled her with a gentle smile. He then pointed at the long sofa on the side of the red agate room. "Please." No need for that. I'll sleep here." Elizabeth shook her head gently. She crossed her arms and said, "I sleep like this at school after classes whenever I feel tired." She used her arms as a pillow and leaned forward onto the edge of the table. "All right, you can pretend that I'm not here." Klein smiled as he observed the colors of her aura and emotions. He used them to deduce if the girl had fallen asleep or not. "Okay." Elizabeth closed her eyes and buried her face into her arms, trying hard to ease her breathing. Klein didn't speak as he leaned back into his chair. The room suddenly became unusually quiet. It was a peaceful silence, a silence that could make one forget their troubles. Sometime later, Klein took out a semicircular piece of silver from his pocket after he confirmed that Elizabeth had fallen asleep. The piece of silver was filled with indecipherable Hermes phrases, as well as symbolic imagery and numbers. It was a dream charm that Klein had succeeded in making the previous morning. He had also finished making 2 slumber charms and 2 requiem charms. The former were made with rectangular pieces of silver, while the latter were made with triangular pieces. This was to help him differentiate between them solely by touch during an intense battle. "Crimson," Klein softly recited the phrase in ancient Hermes. This was the activation incantation that he had set. Since there was still the step of injecting spirituality into the charm, there was no need for his incantation to be different from the rest. All it needed was to be short and easy to remember. The mysterious incantation reverberated around the room. Klein felt the dream charm become light in his hand, as if it had temporarily lost its weight. Klein immediately placed the charm on the table in front of him after he injected it with his spirituality. A transparent flame leapt up silently, enveloping the charm and became a deep, serene black. The black flame spread quickly, enveloping Elizabeth and Klein. Klein seized the opportunity to enter his state of cogitation. He used his spirituality to look at the illusory spherical light in front of him. The spherical light was surrounded by a boundless darkness, making it seem exceptionally lonely. Klein didn't dare delay any further as he emitted his spirituality, allowing it to touch the illusory ball of light. Silently, the scene around him started to coruscate and warp, but it quickly settled into a yellowish-brown plain. The plain was littered with the corpses of horses and humans. Fresh blood and weapons could be seen everywhere. Elizabeth was wearing a regal gown with engagements and a fishnet hat. She was looking around, lost. She quickly saw Klein's figure and revealed a look of surprise and joy. "Mr. Moretti, we meet again. I had suspected that the Klein Moretti on the name register was you when Selina and I came to get a divination. I came again multiple times, but always missed you as I had to attend lessons during the day. When I was free during the summer break, I was dragged to a holiday at Lamood Town by my parents. You can help me, right?" Klein froze for a moment when he heard the girl's talkativeness. To think that Elizabeth had suspected that I was working part-time at the divination club and tried to find me on multiple occasions. Yet, she didn't appear abnormal at all. Her surprise was authentic, masking her true thoughts. Indeed, everyone's dream shows their most honest side, other than me, Mr. Fool. As he was indulging in his thoughts, Elizabeth's dream changed. A tall knight, about 1.9 meters in height, was walking toward them, dragging a broadsword which was scraped the ground. This knight was dressed in black armor. The metallic sounds of metal colliding could be heard with his every step. Two blobs of red light akin to flames peeked out from the slit of his faceplate. They were staring at Klein and Elizabeth intently. The will of a wraith, still not at the stage of an evil spirit. Klein, who was in his spirituality state, didn't need to activate his spirit vision. According to the classifications based on the Nighthawks' confidential information, the feelings of vengeance and injustice left behind by spirits were the weakest and easiest kinds of souls to deal with. Following those were shadows and wraiths. Evil spirits were the most difficult soul-like creatures to deal with. The most horrifying of evil spirits were said to be as strong as high-sequence Beyonders. With this in mind, Klein took a step forward, blocking Elizabeth behind him. He then stomped down with his foot and shattered the dream. Multiple specks of light scattered like fireflies. Klein's spirituality returned to his body, allowing his eyes to once again adapt to the darkness of the red agate room. He saw the tools needed for divination placed around the table, as well as the dream charm that had almost finished burning. Klein felt the pinch when he saw this. Charms in the Evernite goddess's domain were all made using pure silver, so it pained his heart. Using these charms is akin to burning money. Even if I don't account for my labor costs, the materials alone already average to about 6 to 8 soli per charm. Well, he felt a little more at peace when he thought of the Beyonders from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. After all, they burned gold. The corresponding metal for the sun was gold. Elizabeth groaned softly and slowly woke up before straightening her posture. She glanced furtively at Klein and asked, "Mr. Moretti, were there any results from your divination?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. "Your nightmares should disappear in no more than a week. I will report this to the captain and get him to send someone to deal with it at Lamu Town," Klein added in his heart. "Really? That's great. Thank you, Mr. Moretti." Elizabeth became excited. She then suddenly creased her brows. "What's the matter?" Klein asked in concern. "Nothing. I just remembered that I have to go home now." She slowly took out a single soli bill that she had prepared and placed it on the table. She then grabbed her hat and bade goodbye to Klein, a little hesitantly. After leaving the red agate room, Elizabeth walked toward the stairs outside the door. She flailed her arms after she confirmed that no one was watching and groaned softly, "Pins and needles, how numbing." In the Blackthorn Security Company, Dunn rubbed his forehead as he looked at Klein. "Did you suddenly return because you came across another supernatural incident?" "Hey, Captain, what's with that tone of disparagement?" Klein cleared his throat and answered without hesitation, "Yes." "What's the matter this time?" Dunn Smith rubbed his forehead again. Klein organized his words and replied, "Two things. For the first incident, I discovered Monster Adamisol, hunched in a corner, shivering in fear when I was buying materials for my charms at the underground market. When he said that, he hinted heavily that he needed a reimbursement for the materials. Klein couldn't mention the fees for the detective he employed to find Daxter Guderian, for it involved the Red Chimney. He deeply regretted not employing separate detectives. Dunn seemed to fail to read between the lines as he nodded slightly. "What happened to Adamisol?" Klein exhaled silently and described in detail. "Adamisol had a dream. He dreamed that there were corpses and blood everywhere. One of the corpses was his, and thus he became very frightened." Dunn thought for a moment before asking slowly, "As a seer, what do you think it symbolizes?" A disaster that spans a wide area. But I have no information other than this. Furthermore, not everything in a Demisol's dream might have a symbolic meaning, Klein said while deliberating his words. I will report this to the Holy Cathedral and see what they have to say. Dunn shook his head and said in a self-deprecating manner, This isn't something I have expertise in. Klein didn't have any other ideas either. He changed the subject and spoke about the wraith harassment Elizabeth faced. Lamut Town, is that lady a believer of the goddess? Dunn asked. Yes, Klein gave an affirmative answer. Then there should be no problems. Let's head over to Lamut Town now and try to get dinner there. Oh, and bring Fry along. His abilities should prove useful if the incident involves corpses and ghosts. Dunn massaged his temples and tried his hardest to contemplate whether he had forgotten anything. If Elizabeth wasn't a believer of the Evernight goddess, then they would have to hand her over to the mandated punishers or the machinery hive mind, according to her faith. If her faith didn't lie in any of the 3 major churches, then she would be handed over to the machinery hive mind, who were responsible for the outskirts. Klein didn't speak. He waited silently for a while before finally hearing Dunn add, Also, we have 3 men on the mission. We can request to use Sealed Artifact 30782. 30782. After a minute, Klein recalled that the sealed artifact was called the Mutated Sun's Sacred Emblem. This sacred emblem's beyonder influence seemed to be able to last a long time. It had the ability to constantly purify any corpses and spirits in a 15-meter radius. However, it had the drawback of purifying the soul of a commoner at the same time. Research data indicated that if a normal human were to stand within its radius for an hour, they would become an idiot that only knew how to praise the sun. The limit for Beyonders was 6 hours. As for ghosts and corpses, they would scatter in less than a minute. To think that the captain would remember the code name for this sealed artifact. Damn, I feel that my memory is worse than his. Klein suddenly froze, nearly wanting to hang himself. Dunn Smith leaned back and looked at Klein with his deep gray eyes. You went to the Divination Club again today. Did you feel any changes over the past 2 days? Chapter 134. It's been more than a minute. Captain, that's the exact question I wanted you to ask. Klein nodded seriously. I feel even better. I even believe that I can pass the Holy Cathedral's examination right now. It's a kind of feeling and confidence that can't be described with words. Realizing that his answer could be a little vague, he couldn't help but add, perhaps the name of a potion is really crucial. When I strictly followed the seer principles that I derived and acted as a fortune-teller, everything became perfect and easy. Yes, I can now activate my spirit vision with an even more inconspicuous manner. Dunn creased his eyebrows slightly as the light in his eyes converged. He muttered, seemingly deep in thought, the name of the potion. After about 10 seconds, he looked at Klein again. Do you need to return and inform your family? Sunday is the 2nd day after your duty at Janus Gate. You're supposed to get some rest. Taking into consideration the fact that Elizabeth was a good friend of his sister, and that he had promised that the problem would be solved within a week, Klein answered without hesitation. We don't have to waste time. After we set off, just get the carriage to take a turn by Daffodil Street. All right, get Fry while I fill out the application form to get Sealed Artifact 30782 out. Dunn pointed at the break room diagonally opposite. Fry was a corpse collector, so he didn't possess the abundant energy of a sleepless. If he was free, he would take a nap. Filling in the application form yourself, approving it yourself, and collecting it yourself. Captain, our management system is quite flawed. Klein lampooned silently before he retrieved his hat and exited Dunn's office to knock on the door diagonally opposite. After Klein knocked thrice, Fry opened the door and looked at Klein with undisguised puzzlement. "What's the matter?" As he was taking a nap, his hair was messy and his shirt was untidy. His cold and gloomy temperament faded quite a bit. However, he still looks like a dead person that climbed out of his coffin. Klein hid his smile and answered seriously. "There's a case that involves wraiths. The captain wishes for your assistance." "Okay." Fry lifted his hand subconsciously to smooth out his messy hair, returning him to the cold person that kept the living at bay. After he dressed up, the two of them waited by the sofa in the reception hall. The surroundings warmed up after another 7 or 8 minutes, as though the area was being exposed to sunlight. Immediately following that, they saw Dunn Smith walk through the partition while he held in his hand an ancient badge about half the size of a palm. The badge had a dark gold luster and was engraved with the symbolic signs of the sun and lines that extended to the edge. It was the sealed Artifact 3. 0782 from the Intiaz Republic, originally named the Mutated Sun Sacred Emblem. The Intiaz Republic was the country that Roselle transformed from an empire into a republic before turning it back into an empire. Now it had established itself as a stable republic and was located on the west coast of the northern continent. Its border with the Loan Kingdom included landmarks like Mid-Seashires, the Hornasis mountain range, and so on. Since the establishment of Intiaz as a nation, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had repressed the Church of the God of Craftsmanship, which later became known as the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. With it being the main religion of the country could also be referred to as the Kingdom of the Sun. "Let's set off. Fry, you'll drive. Cesare can't withstand the purification of the sacred emblem for too long," Dunn reminded them calmly. Cesare Francis was a clerk who was in charge of purchasing and collecting supplies. He was also their driver, but he was just an ordinary person. He couldn't stay more than an hour within a 15-meter range of sealed Artifact 3, 0782. The journey from Zootland Street to Lamud Town, according to Klein's understanding, would require at least 2.5 hours. That didn't include the time to detour to Daffodil Street. All right. Fry didn't object, but checked if he had his personal items with him. When the rays of the setting sun dyed the pinnacle of the town's cathedral, the Nighthawk's carriage finally arrived at Lamud Town. The town was located at the northwest edge of Tingen. Many buildings still had the unique characteristics of the era before the age of steam. There were nearly 0 factories and the nearby villages engaged in commercial trading. After they stopped the carriage, Dunn looked at the hair salon opposite and said, "I asked one of the locals earlier. It only requires a 15-minute walk from here to the castle ruins on the mountain. It said that it belonged to a feudal lord who ruled during the 4th epoch. However, no one knows what happened after that. Of course, their description is merely a local myth. Yes, let's go over now and deal with that wraith before the sky turns dark. Then we can take turns to watch over 3, 0782, and keep it away from commoners." From the moment Dunn retrieved the mutated sun-sacred emblem, 3 hours had already passed. It was getting closer and closer to a Beyonder's limits. In no time they would have to part ways and give each other time to recover. "Okay," Fry gave a succinct reply. "I have no problem about that." Klein touched the slumber charms and requiem charms in his pocket. The 3 Nighthawks in thin black windbreakers walked through the street in the town and headed toward the mountain when they reached a fork in the road. Along the way, the road was overgrown with weeds and clustered with shrubs, but it was still spacious enough to let two carriages pass side by side. It wasn't long until they saw a collapsed outer wall of an ancient castle. On the outer wall that was still standing, there were green plants crawling all over it, while the exposed part was mottled. When he started to get close, Klein could feel a piercing chill as goosebumps formed all over his arms. "There really is a wraith," Fry said monotonously as he looked at the ancient castle. Dunn looked sideways to steal a glance at the newly promoted Nighthawk. Then he laughed and said, "Don't worry. We have both three, 0782 and Fry. The wraith won't cause too much of a problem." He held his custom-made revolver in one hand and the mutated sun's sacred emblem in the other. He took the first step towards the ancient castle that looked like a ruin. Klein followed closely behind and prepared to pull the trigger at any time, swing his cane, or use his charms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! When Dunn was less than 5 meters away from the ancient castle, where a broken horse stable, water well, and other fixtures were reflected in Klein's eyes, a cold breeze howled in a way that could only be described as sad and shrill. It seemed to be rejecting the uninvited guests. The three Nighthawks didn't stop. The warm and pure feeling gradually dispersed the chill and conquered the front of the ancient castle. They scaled the pile of rocks, passing through the collapsed outer wall, before slowly entering the castle, which had lost its main entrance and was filled with broken tiles. The hall of the ancient castle was full of collapsed stone pillars and was covered with moss. It was spacious, but the windows were narrow and placed high on the walls. Hence, the lighting was poor. It looked dim and gloomy inside. That's also a trait of buildings from the end of the Fourth Epoch and the beginning of the Fifth Epoch. Klein, who was a historian, instinctively made a judgment and activated his spirit vision. Just then, an illusory yet piercing roar suddenly burst out. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a thick cloud of black fog filled the air, resisting the infiltration of warmth and purity. A tall figure suddenly surfaced amidst the black fog. He wore full-body black armor and carried a broadsword that a commoner would have found difficult to lift. The wraith looked identical to the one Klein saw in Elizabeth's dream. 2 flame-like balls of red light shone through the gap of his helmet, appearing cold, but they were staring at the 3 Nighthawks angrily. "You have disturbed my slumber. You will have to pay with your flesh and blood." He suddenly launched himself forward and instantly shortened the distance to Dunn. He suddenly slashed downwards with his broadsword. Dunn retreated swiftly and lifted his hand to fire his revolver. "Yeah, clang!" The silver demon hunting bullet didn't manage to penetrate the illusory black armor and only produced a crisp but unrealistic sound. Klein and Fry retreated to the side simultaneously. One held a gun in one hand and aimed at the 2 balls of fire that took the place of the black armored knight's eyes before pulling the trigger. The other Nighthawk transformed his eyes into a tranquil, grayish-white and focused on the wraith. The black-armored knight roared in anger again. He took another huge stride towards Dunn and swung the broadsword horizontally. Bam! The broadsword didn't hurt Dunn, but it knocked him away, causing him to land heavily by the side of the door. It left him spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. With a loud thud, 30782 dropped on the ground. Since it was wearing a metal boot, the wraith eagerly kicked with its right leg and sent the dangerous badge out of the ancient castle's door. It was a distance beyond 15 meters from it. Klein, who hadn't managed to shoot the wraith successfully, became nervous and puzzled when he saw that scene. It was as though he was overlooking the transformation before his eyes, from a calm and rational position. Bang! He fired another bullet. The silver demon hunting bullet hit the wraith's helmet and produced sparks, but there was no obvious damage. "Right gauntlet," Fry shouted. He was always cold and gloomy, but now his tone was filled with anxiety. No sooner had he finished talking, he lifted his revolver as well and aimed at the Wraith's right metal gauntlet. Bang! Bang! Klein shot subconsciously according to Fry's instruction, firing silver demon hunting bullets almost simultaneously with him. This time, the Wraith didn't block it with his armor, but raised his broadsword and struck the 2 bullets away. Bam! He took a stride and charged at Klein, colliding with him directly. As Klein flew out, he saw his chest cave in, saw himself spitting blood, but he didn't feel uncomfortable, not one bit. He suddenly snapped out of his daze, fell on the ground, rolled about, and screamed. Suddenly, the ancient castle, the Wraith, the collapsed pillars, and the moss floor shattered eerily. Everything returned to black fog in the air, just like when the black-armored knight first appeared. The only difference was that Dunn held both his fists tightly, bowed slightly, and his gray eyes were dark and deep. As expected, everything was just a dream. Captain pulled the Wraith, Fry, and I into his dream at the same time, but I'm special and I can remain clear-headed and rational. Klein realized that he was still standing 2 meters away to Dunn's right. He hadn't vomited any blood or screamed. Just then, Dunn stood up straight and looked at the Wraith that was going to slash with his sword. He calmly said, "It's been more than a minute." The Wraith was stunned and let out a shrill cry. Its body started producing black steam as though it had just received its death sentence. Any zombies or spirits that had yet to turn into evil spirits couldn't stay within the 15-meter range of the mutated sun's sacred emblem for more than a minute. Holy shit, Captain, you're so cool. Klein looked at the scene from the side and nearly let out a cheer. Dunn had used his dream ability not to attack the Wraith on his own turf, but merely to drag out the time. In the warm and pure feeling, the black steam evaporated quickly and the chill dispersed gradually. In no time, the night became transparent and blended into the void. Clang! A black gauntlet fell to the ground, its surface covered with white frost. Klein was about to ask for the captain's go-ahead to pick up the drop, but when he looked over, his spirituality was suddenly disturbed. Somewhere near the stairs that separated the hall and the dining hall, there was an intense yet illusory misery and uncleanliness summoning him. Chapter 135, Portrait of a Baron. "There's some sort of problem there," Klein said with a serious tone, pointing at the steps separating the living room and dining room. He once read in the Nighthawk's confidential records that if similar situations appeared in one's spiritual perception, it usually implied that there was something evil and corrupted hidden at the target location. It was best not to interact with it if one wasn't confident, otherwise one might lose their life. Sometimes even a mere glance could result in irreversible damage. Dunn looked over, and similarly with his high spiritual perception, he immediately sensed something wrong. He turned to look at Klein and instructed calmly, "Divine and see if we would be successful in our investigation." Captain didn't get me to divine before we entered the castle. He was rather confident. That means that he believes that the hidden thing might be more dangerous than the Wraith. Klein nodded in silence. He holstered his revolver and handed his cane to Fry. He then released the topaz bracelet within his sleeve, held the silver chain with his left hand, and silently recited a suitable statement. Instantly, his eyes darkened as a breeze started spiraling around him. The investigation of the hidden place in the ancient castle would be successful. The investigation of the hidden place in the ancient castle would be successful. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein's eyes regained their normal color. He saw the dangling topaz rotating clockwise. It wasn't very obvious, but it was unmistakably rotating clockwise. That meant that the investigation would be successful. Klein, who was already a true seer, immediately nodded at Dunn and Fry. The danger will be manageable by us, or there could be no danger at all. Dunn pinned the mutated sun's sacred emblem to the left side of his chest, then pressed down on his hat. He briskly walked toward the steps and expertly started searching for a mechanism. Fry, who had picked up the gauntlet, handed Klein's cane back to him. He grabbed his revolver and cautiously scanned the surroundings, as if he was afraid that an enemy would suddenly appear. "I'm still not professional enough." As I talk, Klein geared himself up and took out his revolver and turned alert as well. A few minutes later, it was unknown what the kneeling Dunn Smith triggered as heavy sputtering sounds emanated from the staircase. The floor split open, revealing a set of steps heading down. A cold and corrupted vibe emanated, seemingly condensing into something corporeal. Dunn glanced over and removed sealed artifact 30782 from his chest. He tossed it directly into the trap door. After a few clanks, it was unknown where the mutated sun's sacred emblem stopped. If there are dead spirits within, they would definitely toss 30782 back out. That would be interesting. Klein stared at the stairs and waited patiently. The lingering sinister and corrupted feeling soon dissolved away like snow meeting the sun. Warmness and purity blanketed the entrance of the trap door. "Klein, go down with me. Fry will stay here and prevent other enemies from destroying the mechanism." Dunn made an experienced decision. "All right." Klein didn't shrink back from the task. He took 2 steps forward and arrived next to Dunn. Fry nodded, not letting his guard down. Dunn went down first, his footsteps reverberating in the silence. He didn't prepare any sources of light for a beyonder that went down the sleepless pathway. The darkness was not an obstacle, but a blessing. Their vision wasn't hindered by such an environment. After taking a few steps down, Dunn suddenly turned around and looked at Klein. "I forgot that you don't have night vision. I'm not used to preparing objects that provide illumination." "Captain, you don't need to mind about me. I have my spirit vision." Klein realized that he wasn't shocked at all. That cool captain from before was indeed not normal. In his spirit vision, the darkness before him was screened by a gray film. Even though it was very blurry, it was enough for him to make out where the steps were. Well, the captain sure is healthy, and his mental state is fine too. Klein carefully extended his feet and made his way down slowly. The flight of steps wasn't long. It only took about 15 steps to reach the ground. Sealed artifact 30782 was lying there, releasing its purity and warmth. It also radiated a faint glow. Klein could see much more clearly with the help of the illumination. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed that it wasn't a huge basement. It was no longer cold and sinister, but the dampness remained. In the middle of the basement was a black coffin with dark red nails driven into the lid. The lid of the coffin had been pushed open slightly, allowing one to see a headless corpse that was all bone. Dunn looked around, then bent over to pick up the mutated sun's sacred emblem. "Captain, this coffin. It was intended to prevent the dead within from becoming a zombie or a wraith." Klein looked at the dark red nails in the coffin and the formation they were in. He used his decent mysticism knowledge to determine that this was an ancient ritual to prevent anything in the corpse from reanimating. At the same time, he muttered inwardly, but under normal circumstances, who would have nothing better to do than guard against their loved one from reanimating? The people who helped bury the corpse must not be family. And if they placed the coffin in the basement instead of a tomb, they must have been afraid of someone finding the corpse. Dunn, who had worn sealed artifact 3, 0782 again, approached the coffin and inspected it. The deceased was probably poisoned to death. That means the person who poisoned him must have used ritualistic magic to prevent him from reanimating and seeking revenge. This should have happened about 1300 years ago. He became a wraith in the end. The resentment of this spirit is simply shocking. Klein also walked in front of the coffin. Where is his head? That ritual does not call for the head to be sliced off. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, I have a deduction. This wraith didn't exist all the time and only appeared recently. It's only a 15-minute walk from the town to the castle. Throughout the years, troublemakers must have frequented this place, but before this incident there were no rumors of there being a wraith in this ancient castle. Klein nodded indiscernibly. Captain, what you mean to say is that someone came here recently, opened the coffin, and took away the head of the deceased? Yes, the ritual prevents the corpse from reanimating, but it also seals and preserves its resentment within the coffin. When the coffin was opened and the ritual dispelled, this resentment quickly evolved into a wraith with the help of its gauntlet. There's no corpse of the person who opened the coffin, so he's not an ordinary person. Besides, why did he take away the head of the deceased? Dunn stared at the skeleton in the coffin. For resentment to be preserved for such a long time, there should be some reason other than the ritual. He could have been a Beyonder when he was alive, perhaps a descendant 1 or 2 generations removed of a mid-sequence Beyonder. I am talking about the mid-sequencers as defined in the past, sequence 5 or 6. And such corpses are always special. His head might be usable in some kind of ritual or in some other occasion. Dunn paused before continuing. What I said just now was all conjecture. But we can try to verify some of it. We can split up later in town and investigate to see if anyone was injured before in their youth. Well, if they are still alive, it would prove that the wraith only appeared recently. A logical train of thought, Klein praised. He quickly searched the basement but didn't find anything else. He tried using ritualistic magic to make a sketch of the guest that entered the basement, but because it had been more than a month since it happened, as well as the disturbed environment due to the frequent appearance of the wraith, there wasn't much of a result. He then took Fry's place, allowing the expert on the dead to conduct further tests. 15 minutes later, as the sun was vanishing below the horizon, Dunn and Fry followed the steps and returned to the hall of the ancient palace. Dunn felt for the switch to the trapdoor while Fry gave a short description. The deceased was indeed poisoned to death. The traces near the neck appeared recently, at the very most 3 months back. This means that it's highly probable that someone came here before. Klein nodded in thought. The 3 Nighthawks returned to Leamwood Town before it got dark and asked for 2 rooms at an inn. The member that got the sealed artifact 30782 was to take this dangerous item for a stroll outside the town where no one would be. They would change their shifts once every 2 hours, and thus only needed 2 rooms. After a simple dinner, Klein, Dunn, and Fry immediately split up and covered all corners of the town, asking the residents who had lived in this town for extended periods of time. In situations like this, their identification documents as policemen proved useful. Officer, why are you asking this? I used to head to the abandoned castle to play when I was young. Injured? Definitely, how could a child not have fallen while playing? I remember, yes, I've been cut by a sharp rock on the outer walls of the ancient castle in the past. A 40-year-old blond man looked puzzledly at Klein, but answered his question honestly. This was the 14th person Klein had asked, of which 2 vividly remembered being injured in the castle when they were young. The captain's deduction is correct, Klein decided as he put away his identification documents. He smiled and said, Thank you for your cooperation. I have no more questions. He was about to leave when the 40-year-old man called after him. Officer, are you interested in the ancient castle? I have an oil painting of the first Baron that resided in there. He was the grandfather of my grandfather of my grandfather. Well, anyway, it was a long time ago. He took away a oil painting from the castle and told me that it was the oil painting of the first Baron Lamud. Do you want it? It's a true antique. If it was a true antique, your family would have sold it a long time ago. This guy sure is gutsy, daring to fool even the police. Should I scare him with my gun? Klein lampooned and adopted the attitude of a window shopper and said, Who knows if it's a real antique or not? I'll trust my own judgment. Take it out and let me see it. The blond man smiled and returned to the room and rummaged for it. Oh, some time later he walked out with the oil painting in hand. Klein casually looked at the oil painting. He saw that the Baron had gentle features and bronze skin, his eyes hiding an indescribable range of human experience. He was also wearing a white curly wig. Huh, he looks a lot like Mr. Azik. Klein's eyes suddenly opened wide, his gaze subconsciously falling below the right ear of the Baron. So, he then looked at the unremarkable mole near the ear. The position of the mole was exactly the same as Mr. Azik's mole. Chapter 1, 136, The Stumped Klein. This can't be right. How could Mr. Azik be the first in the so-called line of barons, Baron Lamud? This is a figure who lived 14 or 1500 years ago. No way. How can I be sure that the person in the portrait is the first Baron Lamud? Klein looked at the oil painting, his mind buzzing in confusion. It was like everyone around him had become monsters, or a dream where the entire world was filled with gods. He looked up and stared at the blond middle-aged man. He extended his hand to grab his revolver from his armpit holster and said in a deep voice, This is not an antique. If you don't clarify the situation, I will arrest you and charge you with fraud. He didn't care if prosecution fell under the police department. His only goal was to threaten the man to get information. At the same time, Klein clicked his left molars twice to activate his spirit vision. Then he looked at his target's emotional color changes. The blond man jumped in fright and said in a panicked, muffled voice, No, I'm not sure if it's an antique either. No, I heard that it's an antique, but I don't know much about such things. I really have no idea. I don't even know many words. Yay, words. His eyes darted around anxiously, seemingly about to cry for help. Just then, he saw Klein adjust his revolver's cylinder and hammer. He looked as though he was going to shoot a suspect that resisted. He suddenly stood straight and stopped looking around. Where did you get the oil painting? Klein asked heavily. The blond man's lips quivered as he said with a fawning smile, Officer, this is what my grandfather found in the ancient castle more than 40 years ago. An outer wall and the room on the second floor collapsed, revealing these items that people couldn't find in the past. One of them was the oil painting. No, not this oil painting. The original oil painting was torn and couldn't be preserved. So, my grandfather found someone to make a copy of the painting. The one you saw just now, I didn't lie to you. An oil painting from 40 years ago could really be considered as an antique. Are you sure that this is the portrait of the first Baron Lamud? Klein stroked the trigger and made sure the man's gaze didn't move an inch. The blond man chuckled and said, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing so. Reason? Klein nearly laughed at the man's shamelessness. Because there wasn't any labels on the oil painting, the blond man replied seriously for once. Just like I'm called the scoundrel Grey, my father is called the curly-haired Grey, and only my grandfather was the real Grey. Klein exhaled silently and asked, Where's your grandfather? In the cemetery. He's been buried there for almost 2 decades. Next to him is my father, who was buried 3 years back, the blond man answered honestly. After Klein asked a few questions from different angles, he adjusted the cylinder in front of the blond man and put it back into his armpit holster. He put away his police identification and turned around in his black windbreaker before walking towards the motel with his hands stuffed into his pockets. He walked quietly along the street underneath the dim light that was shining out from the houses that lined both sides of the street. I can't confirm if the portrait is that of the first Baron Lamoud. I wonder if the town has the exact historical records of the ancient castle. Regardless, the man in the portrait must be a person from the past, at least 1,000 years ago. Besides the hair, he looks almost identical to Mr. Razik. Is this what we call reincarnation? Back when Mr. Razik gave up his position in other universities in Baklund and came to Tingen, perhaps it was driven by instinct. There's another possibility, such as the man in the portrait is Mr. Razik and Mr. Razik is him. Having thought of this, Klein felt a jolt. He nearly stumbled on the steps ahead. He paced back and forth around a damaged gas street lamp and tried to incorporate his knowledge from the world of information overload. According to his earlier guesses, he made a further inference. Mr. Razik might have become immortal due to some reasons, such as being a vampire. Could that be why he's survived for so long? That's not right. When has there ever been a bronze-skinned vampire? Plus, when I shook hands with Mr. Razik, I could clearly feel his body temperature and the fresh blood that flows within him. Although he dislikes the heat of the south, he isn't afraid of the sun. He once competed in a rowing competition with other teachers under the hot sun. There's another possibility. Mr. Razik's sequence potion or some other factors bestowed him with a long life, and the price for it is memory loss. Man, taking into consideration his various dreams, can I presume that he loses his memory as part of a cycle? Every few decades he forgets his past and gains new life. Then his dreams are the lives that he has lived before. I think I've read something like that before in a novel. I can't just rely on divination to verify this. I have to look for the traces of the lives that Mr. Razik lived, traces of him not having a childhood, but starting directly as an adult. Klein started leaning towards his latter guess. However, he temporarily couldn't eliminate the possibility of reincarnation. He reined in his chaotic thoughts and considered carefully whether he should inform Captain Dunn about it. If Mr. Razik was a beyonder that lived for 1,000 years, his ability would be much stronger than I imagined. He advised me out of kindness. However, it would be hard to say if he will remain kind when I find clues about his past. But Mr. Razik has been nice to me all this time. To involve the Nighthawks would result in a non-trivial possibility of harming him. Sigh. It looks like I must divine this matter in the world above the gray fog. This is the most proper choice for a seer. Klein made the decision and returned to the hotel quickly. Since Dunn and Fry had yet to return, he seized the opportunity to get another room at the cost of one soli. Always just after he entered the room, Klein made a spirituality wall with the assistance of holy night powder. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise, went through the mad ravings, and arrived above the gray fog. The lofty palace stood tall and silent, while the ancient, mottled bronze table and 22 high chairs remained the same. Klein took the seat of honor and made a brown goatskin and black fountain pen appear before him. He picked up the pen and wrote seriously, "I should tell Dunn Smith about Mr. Razik." Then he took the topaz pendant from his left sleeve and did a spirit pendulum divination. The spirit pendulum divination resulted in the pendulum spinning counterclockwise, which meant that he shouldn't tell him. Putting down the topaz pendant, Klein thought about it and decided to make an attempt with dream divination, just to be sure. Thus, he changed his divination statement to the result of hiding matters related to Mr. Isaac from the Nighthawks. Klein held the goatskin, recited the statement 7 times silently, and leaned backwards to enter a deep sleep. He saw himself in the illusory, blurry, and distant world. He saw that he was struggling while drowning in a sea of blood. Then there was a hand that extended and pulled him up from the blood sea. The owner of the hand was a Zeke with bronze skin and a small mole near his ear. The image shattered and reorganized. Klein saw that he was in a dark and gloomy emperor's final resting place. The surrounding coffins opened one after another. Azik stood next to him, looking forward as though he was looking for something. Just then, Klein exited the dream in an instant and saw the illusory, gray and boundless fog. The symbolic meaning of the earlier dream is that if I were to hide the related matters about Mr. Azik, I would receive his assistance when I'm in danger in the future. The danger might have come about because I helped to keep the secret. What does the last scene mean? I will discover some mausoleum with Mr. Azik? Yes, perhaps the mausoleum has other symbolic meanings. Klein clasped his hands together and supported his chin while he interpreted the contents of the dream divination. Combining it with the earlier result of the pendulum divination, he decided to not report his inference to the captain, but merely bring up that a townsfolk had taken out a portrait of the first Baron Lamoud, and that the portrait looked like a history teacher in Core University. Klein couldn't be sure that Dunn wouldn't hear about it elsewhere, so he had to at least mention it. Of course, Dunn was unfamiliar with Azik and didn't know of his recount and strange dreams, so he would find it difficult to connect them. Klein even suspected that the captain wouldn't quite remember what Azik looked like. Then he stopped thinking further and planned to leave the world above the gray fog. Just then he noticed the crimson star that had been silent all this time was twinkling with faint light again. Klein extended his spirituality with interest and saw the young man that spoke Jotun again. He saw him kneeling before a pure crystal ball. The young man was still wearing the black tights that were different from the clothing of countries in the northern continent. His facial features were blurry and distorted, but Klein could faintly see his brownish-yellow hair. He knelt there and prayed with an unusual pain in his tone. Klein leaned sideways to hear. He relied on his beginner-level Jotun and barely understood what the young man was saying. "O magnificent deity, please cast your eyes on this land that you have forsaken. O magnificent deity, please allow us, the people of the dark, be freed from the curse of our destiny. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, using my blood to please you. A land that was forsaken, people of the dark, magnificent deity." Klein murmured the few key words and suddenly thought of a place that the hanged man had mentioned once. The forsaken land of the gods. It appeared in Roselle's diary too. He even sent out a fleet to search for it, but it was fruitless. Klein squinted his eyes and wondered if he had guessed correctly. He tapped on the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers. After 3 taps, he came to a decision. He extended his right hand and touched the illusory crimson star. The cloud of crimson immediately exploded, and the light flowed in like water. Chapter 1, 137, City of Silver, Mortuary. Derek stood in front of a flight of stairs as he looked straight ahead with reddened eyes. In front of him were 2 coffins containing his parents. Embedded in a stone plate in front of him was a simple silver sword. The frequent booming of thunder caused the house to shake and the sword to sway. The Berg couple inside the coffins weren't completely dead yet. They struggled to keep their eyes open while making weak attempts to heave for air, but in the eyes of some, the luster of their lives could no longer suppress their irreversible darkening. "Derek, do it!" An elder dressed in a long black robe looked at the youth and said in a deep voice with a staff in his hand. The expression of the youth was visibly contorted. "No, no, no." Derek, who had brownish-yellow hair, shook his head repeatedly. He took a step back with every word, and finally let out an ear-piercing scream. "Ooh, thump!" The elder struck down his staff and said, "Do you wish for the whole city to be buried along with your parents? You should know that we are the people of the dark who have been forsaken by God. We can only live in a cursed place like this, and all the dead would become horrifying evil spirits. There's no way to reverse it regardless of what we do, other than ending their lives by the hands of a family member." "Why? Why?" Derek asked in despair, shaking his head. "Why are the citizens of the City of Silver destined to kill their parents the moment they are born?" The elder closed his eyes as if recalling what he had experienced in the past. "This is our destiny. This is the curse we must bear. This is the will of God. Draw your sword, Derek. This is a show of respect for your parents. After this, when you have calmed down, you can try becoming a divine blood warrior." In the coffin, Berg tried to speak, but he could only let out a groan after his chest heaved several times. Derek took several steps forward with great difficulty, returning to the side of the silver sword. He extended his shivering right hand. Oh! His brain registered the cold touch of the metal, causing him to recall the blood ice his father brought back when he went hunting. Blood ice the size of a mere palm was enough to keep his home cool for a few days. Images flashed past his eyes, his stern father teaching sword techniques, his friendly father patting away the dust on his back, his gentle mother mending his clothes, his brave mother stepping in front of him when they encountered a mutated monster, and finally, his family huddling in front of a flickering candle and sharing food. A faint sound croaked from his throat despite his utmost suppression. With a low grunt, he exerted force with his right hand and drew the sword. Tap, tap, tap. He lowered his head and charged forward, raising the sword and driving it down with force. Ah! Blood splattered following a pained scream. The blood splattered onto Derek's face and into his eyes. His vision became red. He pulled out the sword and pierced it into the coffin by the side. After the sharp metal pierced through flesh, Derek released his grip and wavered as he stood up. He didn't look at the condition of the people inside the coffin. Derek stumbled as he ran out of the mortuary, as if he was being chased by evil spirits. His fists and teeth were clenched tight. The blood on his face left streaks across his face. The elder, who had taken in everything from the side, sighed. There were stone pillars that lined the main streets of the City of Silver. Atop the stone pillars were lanterns, and within the lanterns were unlit candles. There was no sun in the sky here, no moon, no stars, only an unchanging darkness and lightning that threatened to tear apart everything. The citizens of the City of Silver walked along the dark streets with the illumination of the lightning. The few hours when the lightning died down was considered by them as the true night as mentioned in the legends. That was the time where they had to use candles to light up the city, drive away the darkness, and make it serve as a warning for the monsters. Derek made his way along the street. He didn't have anywhere he wanted to go, but as he walked, he realized that he had reached the door of his house. He took out his keys and unlocked the door. He saw the familiar sights, but he didn't hear his mother's concerned voice or his father reprimanding him for running about. The house was empty and cold. Derek clenched his teeth again. He walked quickly to his room and searched for the crystal ball. His father had told him that this was a crystal ball used by a long-destroyed city to worship their deity. He knelt and faced the crystal ball, praying without any hope in mind. He pleaded bitterly, "O magnificent deity, please cast your eyes on this land that you have forsaken. O magnificent deity, please allow us, the people of the dark, be freed from the curse of our destiny. I am willing to dedicate my life to you, using my blood to please you." Over and over again, just as he was in complete despair and about to stand, he saw a dark red glow burst forth from the pure crystal ball. The glow was like flowing water, instantly swallowing Derek. When he regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in a magnificent palace, supported by giant stone pillars. In front of him was a long, ancient table, and on the other side of the table was a human figure, obscured by a thick fog. Other than that, there was nothing around him. It was empty and ethereal. Under him was a boundless fog and incorporeal dark red specks of light. Derek felt a flame of hope ignite in his heart. He stared at the human figure at the very top, confused and puzzled. Are you God?" After asking this, he suddenly remembered a statement he read from a book in the City of Silver and quickly lowered his head. That statement was, "You may not look directly at God." Klein leaned back as he crossed his hands. He adopted a relaxed posture and answered, using the language of the giants, "Jotun, I am not God. I am merely the fool who is interested in the long history of this world." Klein had already activated his spirit vision by clicking his left molars. He noticed that the youth in front of him had different colors covering the surface of his astral projection and the depths of his ether body. This meant that he was not a beyonder. "The fool," Derek ruminated over the term and after a long silence said with difficulty, "I don't care if you're God or the fool. My prayers will not change. I hope that the people of the City of Silver will be freed from the curse of their destinies. I hope that the sun and sky described in the books will appear in our skies. If possible, I wish that my parents can be revived." "Hey, I am not a wishing well." Klein put down his hands and laughed. "Why should I help you?" Derek froze. He thought for some time before saying, "I will offer my soul to you. I will use my blood to please you." "I have no interest in the soul and blood of a mortal." Klein smiled and shook his head. He saw the color of the youth's feelings turn into the color of despair bit by bit. Without waiting for the youth to speak, Klein nonchalantly said, "But I can give you a chance. I am a fool that likes a fair and equal exchange. You can use what you can attain to exchange with me or people like you, to exchange for things you want. But remember, they must be equal in value. This can make you powerful. Perhaps one day you can rely on your own strength to free the City of Silver from its curse, and make the sun appear in your sky once again." Based on the youth's description, Klein was confident that the City of Silver was the so-called forsaken land of the gods. Of course, he couldn't be certain of this for the time being. After all, the religious literature claimed that the world existed in a sunless state during the first epoch, the Chaos Epoch. No one knew if there were any other strange lands that the countries of the northern continent were unaware of, other than the forsaken land of the gods. Derek listened quietly. He lowered his head in silence and replied after a while, "I want to become the sun. I wish to obtain the formula of the corresponding starting sequence potion from you. Sequence potion, the sun, the sequence pathway that the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun possesses. From the looks of it, we exist in the same world. The term sequence was born from the revelation of the first blasphemy slate, which happened at the end of the second epoch, the Dark Epoch. In other words, if the City of Silver is really the forsaken land of the gods, this means that it was split apart from the southern and northern continents at the end of the second epoch. Could this be related to the cataclysm of the Third Epoch? According to the legends, the Evernite goddess, Mother Earth, and the god of combat descended upon this world and protected humans from the cataclysm, along with the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. Klein obtained a fair bit of information from the youth, but he had trouble interpreting what the youth was saying, and even more trouble organizing his words as he wasn't fluent in Jotun. Luckily, ancient Facesack was derived directly from Jotun. Klein could be described as an expert in that area, and thus he could master Jotun relatively quickly, preventing him from making a fool of himself. Klein maintained his posture. He replied with a calm tone, "We can discuss this transaction in the future. Do not go out for the next 2 days. Try your best to not be in the same room as anyone else." He didn't know the unit of time used in the City of Silver, much less the time difference it had with the Lowen Kingdom. All he could do was generalize it as tomorrow and wait until the tarot gathering was over, before he told him that was the time for future meetings. Klein knew that there was a term for day in the Jotun, and thus deduced that the youth would understand even if the City of Silver didn't use it as a measure of time. "All right, I'll follow your instructions," Derek replied with his head lowered. He didn't have any objections. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He tapped his fingers on the side of the table and said, "Before I send you back, let me first complete our equal exchange. I gave you a chance to be strong, and you have to give me something equal in return. I have said that I am the fool who is interested in the long history of this world. What I ask in return is the history of the City of Silver, everything that you know." Derek thought for a moment before replying softly, "I will describe it faithfully. The City of Silver has existed ever since the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord that created everything, forsook this land. No, it existed before that, but it was called the Kingdom of Silver. Chapter 1, 138, Giant Pathway, the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord that created everything." Klein leaned back and maintained a profound posture while he ruminated over the words that the youth from the City of Silver had said. He was no stranger to a Lord that created everything. The Creator mentioned in the Book of Storms, the Revelation of Evernite, and other urban myths referred to the Creator with similar titles. It was also the way various secret organizations like the Aurora Order described the true Creator. But this was the first time Klein was hearing of an omnipotent and omniscient God in this world. Be it the Evernite goddess, Lord of Storms, and the god of steam and machinery, none of them claimed to be omniscient or omnipotent. If the City of Silver was really in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, then the Forsaken Land of the Gods would truly belong to this world. The omnipotent and omniscient God might be the title of the Creator that was used by the living in ancient times. Klein looked towards the young man opposite him in thought. He looked at the emotional colors of pain and sorrow. When Derek felt the fool's gaze, he lowered his head involuntarily. He recalled the legends that his parents had told him. He said slowly and sadly, "When the sun disappeared from the sky, when the clouds were ripped and torn apart, when lightning and thunder became our rulers, and the monsters lurking in the dark suddenly emerged, one so terrifying beyond one's imagination, they destroyed one city after another in the Kingdom of Silver. Humanity's dark ages had arrived. The remaining experts in the City of Silver then relied on their united power and 2 magical items before they finally warded off the attack of the Things of the Dark. They gradually eradicated the monsters within a 1-day journey of the city, and they established a city-state that protected the last light of human civilization." A standard textbook description. Klein couldn't help but comment in his head. The young man's description made him feel that the City of Silver was in a different world than the northern continent. Maybe this is the unique characteristic of the forsaken land of the gods, he thought, without revealing his emotions. Derek calmed his breathing and continued. During the first few decades, plants couldn't grow. The City of Silver had a severe lack of food, and we could only hunt dark creatures or mutated animals to relieve our hunger. The population dropped drastically. Fortunately, we found black-faced grass. It could survive under such circumstances, and it became our only reliable and stable food source. It was said to be the final intervention that the magnificent god left for us. It allowed one generation after another to live on in the City of Silver. It persisted in the Dark Ages for 2582 years. The passage of time was recorded by a long line of chiefs. For the rest of the people in the City of Silver, we call periods of frequent lightning day, and when the lightning subsides, we call it night. It's a rather confusing system, and it makes exact dates difficult to pinpoint. Such a magical place. Klein was glad that he hadn't talked about tomorrow, but instead vaguely mentioned the following 2 days. Derek briefly talked about the few memorable incidents in the City of Silver's history, and said, when the population returned to a certain level, the number of Beyonders increased. The 6-member council started forming elite troops to explore the dark. We have now explored all of the original territory and nearby cities. We are advancing towards the darker and more terrifying depths of the dark. At the border, we found cities with strange architectural style, but they were destroyed at some point. We suspect that they were sanctuaries built by other remaining humans. Unfortunately, they still lost to the things of the dark in the end. The things of the dark that he mentions should be a reference to monsters that hide in the dark, ones that are beyond imagination. Klein nodded indiscernibly. The Kingdom of Silver was once ruled by the Giant King. Hence, the Beyonder chain that we are in control of is the Giant Pathway, also known as the Divine Blood Warrior Sequence Pathway. When we killed certain monsters and explored those destroyed cities, we obtained potion formulas of other sequences. However, the sequence pathways are incomplete, Derek said, moving on to explain the current situation in the City of Silver. Upon hearing that, Klein's mind jolted. Although he didn't change his posture much, he was obviously paying more attention. I love knowing more about sequence potions. The Giant King, the City of Silver, and the Northern Continent share the same history. The Second Epoch's history. Killing a monster causes it to drop a formula? Is this a game? No, there's another possibility. Those monsters were once human, Beyonders. Klein suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. Derek saw that the fool didn't reply. He clenched his teeth, pondered, and said, the names of the giant sequence pathway are Sequence 9, the Beyonder Warrior, Sequence 8, Gladiator, Sequence 7, Weapons Master, Sequence 6, Dawn Paladin, Sequence 5, Guardian, and Sequence 4, Demon Hunter. Only the elders in the 6-member council know the names of the higher sequences. Sequence 4, Demon Hunter. This is the name of a high-sequence potion formula. This is the first time I've heard something like this. Klein felt delighted at the fact that he finally learned one of the names of the higher sequences. However, he suspected that it was a name from ancient times, which would be different from the current version in the northern continent, just like the Windstorm Priest and the Seafarer. Oh, Beyonder Warrior, Gladiator, Weapons Master. Sounds familiar. Oh right, the sequence pathway that the Church of the God of Combat has in control is very similar to this. Sequence 9, Warrior, Sequence 8, Pugilist, Sequence 7, Weapons Master. Due to the limits of his security clearance, Klein only knew the titles of the first 3 sequences that the Church of the God of Combat had in control, but the similarity between the two pathways was still obvious. Based on the core meaning, they are basically identical. The complete sequence that the Church of the God of Combat mastered is the so-called giant sequence pathway. It is said that there was a god that emerged in the third epoch, which was the Cataclysm epic, to inherit the estate of the giant king. Or could it be that he himself was an ancient giant? Klein analyzed and judged while he maintained his calm appearance. Derek continued to explain. After we pulled through the initial hardships, the City of Silver has been ruled by a 6-member council ever since. The elder that enjoys the highest position in the council is called the Chief. The other 5 are equal in rank. The current 6-member council is formed by 3 demon hunters, 2 guardians with the greatest potential, and a shepherd. The City of Silver has 3 high-sequence beyonders, demigod-like experts. These 3 alone could destroy the Tarot Club 100 times over. Klein felt a little afraid. He had yet to attempt recruiting someone under the nose of a high-sequence beyonder. However, since the young man was just a mere commoner, with him not even at sequence 9, it was unlikely that he would gain the attention of the upper echelons for a long time. Thus, Klein relaxed again. A shepherd from another sequence pathway, perhaps from one of the incomplete pathways, sounds reminiscent of the style of the Aurora Order. The member from the Aurora Order that wrote a letter to Mr. Z. What was his name again? He kept mentioning the Lord's Lamb. Klein maintained his leisurely posture and asked casually, "Shepherd?" "Yes, this is a sequence pathway that we found from a city that the Things of the Dark destroyed. It only reached sequence 5 Shepherd, but Elder Norwaya is very strong, very strange, and very scary. It is said that she once won against an evil spirit at the level of a high sequence beyonder, without getting injured. Therefore, when there was a vacancy in the 6-member council, they made an exception for her." Derek, feeling a little fear. Klein thought, then smiled as he asked, "What's the sequences before Shepherd? I find them familiar. As you know, a sequence's historical name and its current name is always different. In the City of Silver, the names of potions have never changed," Derek refuted instinctively. He then lowered his head and said, "Sequence 9, Secret's Suppliant." Indeed, Klein was satisfied when his guesses were confirmed. This is the name of Sequence 9 from the Aurora Order. Sequence 8 is Whispered, Sequence 7, Shadow Ascetic, Sequence 6, Rose Priest, Sequence 5, Shepherd. Derek recounted what he knew. "Whispered, listener, they are about the same. I know more than the information provided by the Tingan Nighthawks." In a good mood, Klein beckoned for Derek to continue. Derek then roughly described the current situation of the City of Silver, and finally he couldn't help but say, "I carry the curse of destiny. Whether a citizen of the City of Silver is a commoner or a beyonder, we all turn into evil spirits after we die. The evil spirit of a beyonder is just stranger, more terrifying, and far more difficult to deal with. In the past, there were many occasions when this curse nearly destroyed the City of Silver. The only way to prevent an evil spirit from rising is for a person to be killed by someone of their own bloodline. Such a cruel matter. I hope you can grow strong and find a method for the people in the City of Silvar to shake off the curse." Klein, the fool who was merely an empty shell, could only provide some free chicken soup for the soul. "So, I want to be the sun. When there was a sun shining over the land, we had never encountered any curse," Derek muttered softly with great difficulty and pain. Klein nodded slightly and asked, "You will have the chance to. Remember that I can pull you in here any time in the next 2 days. Try to avoid being around other people." "All right," Derek replied solemnly. "Before that, I need you to confirm your code name." Klein smiled and pointed at the deck of tarot cards that appeared on the table. Confident that Derek had never come into contact with tarot cards, he gave a brief introduction. Pick one of the cards as your code name. Anything besides the Fool, Justice, and the Hanged Man. Derek took 2 steps forward, flipped through the tarot cards, and said without hesitation, "Sun, I picked the Sun." "Remember your choice. It will follow you for the rest of your life," Klein replied like a charlatan. At the same time, he extended his hand and severed the connection in a restrained manner. Then he watched as the crimson glow receded and the young man opposite him turned incorporeal and dispersed bit by bit. Chapter 1, 139, Studying 30782. After the crimson light in front of him dissipated, Derek Berg saw his room once again. He saw the pure crystal ball in his hands. Crack! The crystal ball shattered from the inside. Some of it turned into pieces of illusory beams of light that flew into the void around him, while the other crystalline fragments fell noisily to the ground. Derek looked on, dumbfounded. He could see the traces of blood on his face reflected in the bronze mirror. He noticed a crimson light spiraling on the back of his right palm, forming a circle with lines extending out from the edge. The strange symbol bore into the back of his palm and vanished. Derek fell into a daze in the time it took several flashes of lightning to illuminate the sky before snapping to his senses. He looked at the fragments of the crystal ball on the ground, then looked at the back of his right hand as his gaze turned deeper. He walked out of his bedroom, returned to the living room, and opened the door to look up at the sky above the city of Silver. An arc of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the city with a silver sheen. Right on the heels of that was rumbling thunder. The world belonged to the dark. Without any speck of light, the heavy darkness only left people in despair. Derek clenched his fists. There was no joy in his eyes, for they were still filled with the remnant grief and pain. But he was no longer lost. Phew, looks like I've managed to trick another person into becoming a member. No, I've managed to recruit another member. Klein shook his head and mocked the present strength of his tarot club. The leader, the Fool, was only a Sequence 9, one who had just fully digested the Seer potion. And there were at least 3 high Sequence Beyonders at Sequence 4 in the hopeless City of Silver that the Sun spoke of. After mentioning the acting method one more time, I can start telling the captain the specifics and hand in my special application. At the very least, I'll stop being in charge of support once I become a clown. Klein didn't stay in the world of fog. He extended his spirituality, wrapped it around himself, and initiated a descent. Tearing through the gray fog and passing through the ravings, he returned to his room before dispelling the wall of spirituality. Then Klein picked up the key and headed out of the room. He first went to the 2 rooms booked by Dunn to take a look in order to confirm that the captain and Fry hadn't returned yet. He then headed to the first level and handed the key back to the boss. The boss looked at the wall clock to the side and gave a thumbs up. Well done. Hey, are you mistaken over why I booked an hourly room? Klein wanted to explain himself, but finally decided to leave the misunderstanding as it was. Feeling wronged, he tried to console himself. Oh, yes, this way. He won't mention that I rented another room in front of the captain. After heading out and going through the motions, Klein did a quick divination and returned to the inn based on the results. He headed straight to the second floor to find Dunn and Fry discussing their investigations in one of the rooms, just as he expected. We can confirm that the Wraith appeared within the last 3 months, Dunn summarized to Klein with a nod as he came through the door. Klein immediately echoed, "My investigations also confirmed it." He highlighted the main points of his questioning and concluded, "Hehe, there's a townsfolk named Scoundrel Grey who claimed that he had the portrait of the first Baron Lamud. He said that it was an antique oil painting, more than 1,000 years old. Don't tell me you bought it. Dunn's eyes shimmered as he was taken aback before he asked, Captain, do you think that I'm so stupid to be fooled that easily? Klein gave a dry laugh. No, I didn't. Even though I'm a history student, I have attended some lessons on archaeology and have some degree of experience in this area. I can more or less determine if something is fake. The person in the portrait looked a little like my history teacher, Mr. Ozick. He casually mentioned the most important piece of information. And indeed, Dunn didn't pay too much attention to it. He massaged his temples and said, This is a small town near a historical site. There will always be a myriad of antiques here. I just saw a vendor selling the silver wine glasses of Baron Lamud. Someone tried to sell me the insignia of the Lamud family, claiming that it had been dug out of the castle, Fry added. Klein subconsciously asked, Did you guys buy them? Fry and Klein looked at each other and didn't continue with the subject. The next mission is for you or Fry to take sealed artifact 3. 0782 out of town to somewhere uninhabited. Otherwise, a good half of the people in this inn will become idiots blathering praises of the sun. Are you going first, or Fry? Dunn looked at Klein with his deep gray eyes. Me. Klein raised his hand slightly and smiled. It's still quite early, so I can come back and have a nice sleep later. We're doing 2-hour shifts, right? Yes. Fry, go over with Klein and confirm where you'll exchange the sealed artifact. Dunn turned to look at corpse collector Fry. He had already found an opportunity to hand sealed artifact 30782 over to Fry when they split up to conduct their investigations. Otherwise, he would have been purified and started praising the sun. Fry hadn't had enough time to recover and could only hold the item for another 3 hours. All right. Fry took out the mutated sun's sacred emblem from the inner pocket of his black windbreaker and handed it over to Klein. Klein took the item with a fair bit of curiosity and interest. The metal was warm to the touch, as if hot water was flowing within it. The warm, gentle glow was like a ripple, spreading outward in waves and bringing with it a pure smell. At the same time, Klein felt that the dark, golden, sacred emblem, carved with the symbol of the sun, was cleansing his spirituality, removing the impurities and leaving it pure. Of course, all sealed artifacts have their dangers. Death might occur if one isn't careful enough. It's even possible to have a fate worse than death, he muttered to himself as he placed the sealed artifact 30782 into his inner pocket. After inspecting his revolver, charms, and cane, he walked out of the room and left the inn together with Fry. They headed straight for the outskirts of Lamud town. The two circled an area beside a sparse and deserted forest and confirmed that there was no one within dozens of meters of them. Chase away anyone who approaches you, Fry coldly reminded. I'll come to take your place in 2 hours. Sounds good, Klein replied with a smile. After seeing Fry enter the town, he found a tall boulder he had eyed previously. He picked up some leaves from the tree beside him and wiped the surface of the boulder. He then touched the top of the stone with his finger and inspected the stone under the light of the crimson moon. After confirming that it was clean, Klein put on his black windbreaker and sat down. Why stand when you can sit? Klein thought to himself. After a few minutes of silence, he looked at the dark, quiet, and rather scary forest. He couldn't help but stand up, taking out several metal bottles from his hidden pockets and scattering their contents, herb powder and essential oils, around the boulder. Klein recited an incantation in Hermes. With the help of the materials, he created a barrier of spirituality, sealing the area he was in. He did this simple ritual for two reasons. First, he didn't want to rely too much on his premonition for danger as a seer to defend against corpses and spirits launching a sneak attack against him. The second reason was to keep the bugs away. This is 100 times better than insect repellent. Klein sat back down, satisfied. After sitting there for a few minutes, Klein took out sealed artifact 30782 out of curiosity. He began a detailed inspection of the mutated sun's sacred emblem. I wonder if I could use divination to find out its origins and how it became special. He took out the pen and paper he always had on him and wrote a statement. The origin of the mutated sun's sacred emblem in my hands. As a qualified and true seer, Klein had made the preparations needed to divine anywhere. After reciting the statement 7 times, he closed his eyes and entered a state of cogitation, using that as a launch pad to propel him into his dreams. All he saw were fragmented pieces of light in his dreams. Other than that, he didn't learn anything else. Yes, the church must have gotten other seers to attempt the same thing in the past. The fact that there is no mention of its origins must mean that there was no result from the divination, just like what happened just now. Klein sighed. He then thought, I wonder what would happen if I eliminate the interferences. This thought immediately filled Klein's head, pushing his curiosity to a peak. After more than 10 minutes of hesitation, he stood up. He decided that it was fine since there was no one around, considering how he was in a secluded area of the forest. He took 4 steps counterclockwise inside his wall of spirituality before entering the world above the fog once again. Klein sat at the seat of honor of the ancient table in the magnificent palace. He conjured a few sheets of yellowish-brown goatskin and a black fountain pen, as well as the mutated sun's sacred emblem. It feels rather real. He rubbed sealed artifact 30782 in his hands, finding the tactile feedback identical to the one he had felt in the outside world. It instantiates itself based on what I felt? Klein mumbled to himself before writing down the statement he had come up with previously. The origin of the mutated sun's sacred emblem in my hands. After reciting the statement 7 times, he held the piece of goatskin and sealed artifact 30782 in his hands. He leaned back and entered his dream. In the blurry dream world, Klein saw a drop of glowing gold liquid. It was warm and bright. It was suspended above an altar before a man dressed in a white classic robe. The man only had his back facing Klein. He had lost all signs of life as he fell slowly towards the sacrificial altar. At that moment, the sun's sacred emblem he was holding had come into contact with the golden liquid, the latter quickly seeping into the emblem. The dream quickly dissipated after Klein saw this, waking him up. So it was because of the golden liquid that this sacred emblem has been so effective and uncontrollable to this day. Decades have passed since the discovery of this emblem, but its cleansing powers haven't declined. I wonder what that golden liquid was, some advanced Beyonder ingredient. Klein toyed with the sealed artifact 30782 in his hand and slipped into deep thought. After deliberating over it for a few minutes, he tried to emulate the feeling he had in the dream. He wanted to separate the golden liquid from the mutated sun-sacred emblem he had conjured. Why? He accomplished it almost immediately as the thought came to him. Klein looked in shock at the emblem, which was no longer warm or pure. He watched as the drops of golden liquid silently suspended themselves in the air. He had even more praises for this mysterious space above the fog. This is practically a miracle, even if the separation and instantiation here isn't real. The origins of this drop of golden liquid. He penned down a new statement with great excitement. Chapter 140. Expert at Courting Death. The origins of this drop of golden liquid. After reciting the divination statement 7 times, Klein held on to the goatskin and the illusory golden liquid before leaning back in his seat. He didn't know if he could divine with the item that was instantiated, based purely on a feeling. All he could do was make bold assumptions and carefully seek confirmation. In seconds, Klein's eyes darkened, turning from brown to black as he entered a state of cogitation. His eyelids drooped down and he saw the illusory yet blurry dream. In the blurry world that looked in shambles, a golden, glaring sun suddenly appeared. A low grunt resounded across the void. The pure and clean light suddenly lit everything up as the gold and burning flames swept outwards. Boom! Klein was instantly expelled from his dream world and flipped onto his side as he shivered. His body seemed to become a huge bonfire which burned with a raging flame. At that moment, his thoughts were all over the place. No proper idea could form from the chaos in his mind. Rumble. The mysterious space above the gray fog shook violently, and the lofty palace collapsed inch by inch. The ancient mottled bronze table broke into a few pieces. The terrifying changes only continued for 3 seconds before the world above the gray fog returned to tranquility, as though nothing had happened. The gold flame on Klein gradually extinguished. He rolled around on his charred skin as he groaned in pain, until he eventually regained his ability to think. He supported himself on the armrest of the high chair and stood up with great difficulty. He was terrified and confused about what had just happened. He had never imagined that a mere divination would result in such consequences. He panted and lifted his head to survey his surroundings. He realized that the lofty palace and ancient bronze table, which looked like they had stood unchanged since ancient times, had been damaged. In the world above the gray fog, which had never experienced any abnormality, it was simply an unprecedented level of damage. What happened? Did my divination point toward some unfathomable existence? Klein calmed down slightly and let his burned flesh shed while he speculated. If I wasn't protected by this mysterious space above the gray fog, there might not even be ashes of me left behind. Could that drop of gold liquid be the blood of a god? Did I see the eternal blazing sun, or some powerful angel of his? No, that was the sun, so I think it was the former. Damn, did I just look directly at a god? Klein felt more fear as he thought about it. He felt that he had nearly died. Those who know nothing fear nothing, but those who don't court death won't die. In the future, I can't just divine anything and everything. Who knows what I'll see? If that were to happen once more, I don't know if this mysterious space could even shelter me from fatal damage. When that happens, I'd actually die. Yes, it definitely won't do if I continue making experiments with the golden liquid. The existence from before, which was likely eternal blazing sun. He must have sensed the sudden, hidden, and unexpected influence from the divination above the gray fog, and failed to respond in time. If he were prepared, this mysterious space might not have been able to withstand the repercussions. Having come to this realization, Klein's body had already returned to normal. It was no longer charred, but compared to before, he was dimmer and more incorporeal than before. He lifted his hand to massage his temples, and commanded with his mind to restore the palace and the long table. Then the palace that looked like the home of a giant, and the long table cast out of bronze returned to normal. Everything looked like it had before. Klein sat down and leaned against the back of the chair. He mocked himself and said, "Well, this isn't entirely bad. At least I know the limit of the mysterious space, and I have a certain goal. Only powers approaching the angels of the gods can completely influence the power of the area above the gray fog. Sigh. I have to add another new rule to my seer principle. Do not randomly divine things that involve a high-level entity. Yes, I shouldn't hastily activate my spirit vision either. If I were to look directly at things that shouldn't be looked at directly, it might be game over. In the outside world, I don't have the mysterious space to fend off most of the negative effects. After a while, Klein's expression turned odd because some knowledge was reverberating in his head. Yes, knowledge. In the short time he had spent with what appeared to be eternal blazing sun, Klein was constantly in his divination state. Hence, he could instinctively divine certain matters and knowledge from the being that he was looking at. He quickly used a dream divination to recall and organize what he had gathered that wasn't his primary objective. He picked up the black fountain pen and wrote one line after another. 1. Do not look directly at God. 2. Pure white angel. 3. The technique of making a flaring sun charm. It's a relatively high-level charm in the domain of the sun. Its potency can last a year before it deteriorates. There's no need for a ritual to pray to the eternal blazing sun, but the procedure requires the sealed artifact 30782 to take the ritual's place. It will siphon power from the mutated sun, sacred emblem. 4. Extremely hostile towards Lord of Storms and God of Knowledge and Wisdom. 5. Barred potion formula. Main ingredients, a crystal sunflower or an adult flintbird's tail feather or a firebird's tail feather. A piece of siren rock or a singing sunflower. Supplementary ingredients, a blade of midsummer grass, 5 drops of July wine juice, a blade of elf dark leaf. 6. Light suppliant potion formula. Main ingredients, a piece of brilliance rock or powder of dazzling soul or blood of a mirror hedgehog or the heart of a magma titan. Supplementary ingredients, a golden edge sunflower, 3 drops of aconite juice. 7. Priest of Light potion formula. Information of main ingredients missing. Supplementary ingredients, 5 grams of rosemary, 7 drops of fingered citron juices, rock water. 8. Sequence 4. Unshadowed potion formula. Main ingredients could be the golden blood of God extracted from the mutated sun, sacred emblem. It could also be replaced with 3 adult sun divine birds' tail feathers and a piece of holy brilliance rock. Information of supplementary ingredients missing. After writing down the 8 lines, Klein couldn't help but rap the edge of the long bronze table. He had gained way more than he imagined. He was already satisfied with surviving his reckless divination earlier, but now he had received an unexpected survival reward. From the confidential information he received from the Nighthawks, he knew that the sequence pathway that the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun held was called Sun, and its sequence 9 was barred. It would allow the Beyonder to imbue courage and strength for themselves and their allies through their singing, a job that brought about devotion and submission. Their slogan was, "Let us praise the sun." The corresponding sequence 8 was Light Suppliant. They could cast spells and hold rituals from the sun's domain, which were very effective against corpses and spirits. Sequence 7 was called Solar High Priest, which greatly enhanced the spells and rituals within its domain. In other words, I have obtained the complete potion formulas of Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 in the Sun sequence pathway. Yes, unlike before, the potion formula even lists replacement items and ingredient names from different eras. As expected of formulas obtained directly from Eternal Blazing Sun through divination, Klein thought in satisfaction. He had originally planned on seeing if the Hanged Man could solve the request of the young man from the City of Silver. After all, the Church of the Lord of Storms and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun were the most ancient orthodox sects. They had fought against each other for thousands of years, so it would only make sense for the two churches to have learned the initial sequence of each other's pathways. Oh, the Hanged Man might not have cared about the Sun pathway previously, but since he is very likely a Sequence 7 seafarer, it would probably be easy for him if he really needed to gather the information. However, I don't need him now. I solved it myself, through an unbelievable yet extremely dangerous method. Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, my son friend, your fool, nearly turned himself into a charred corpse. Klein lampooned silently while still feeling a lingering sense of fear. He lowered his head and looked at the records on the goatskin before him. He thought of another formula. Would the Priest of Light be an ancient name of Solar High Priest? The confidential information of the Nighthawks never mentioned it, and my divination didn't pinpoint the sequence number. Is it Sequence 6 or Sequence 5? Sequence 4, Unshadowed. This is the first high sequence formula that I've obtained. It's such a pity that it lacks the supplementary ingredients. I wonder how I can fill in the blanks. I can't believe that drop of golden liquid is really the blood of a god. Sealed Artifact 3, 0782, is probably far stronger than anyone imagines. From what I can see, it's sufficient to become a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Yes, it's likely that the Nighthawks from before only determined whether the item has any traits of the living, how much danger it would cause to nearby humans, how difficult it is to control the item's effects, and if it can be used against corpses and spirits. They had no way of discovering its unique origin. The mutated sun, sacred emblem, can probably even fight against evil spirits. How could the examiner find an evil spirit to experiment on? As an official Nighthawk, I can't become the owner of Sealed Artifact 30782, but yes, I can find an opportunity to make a flaring sun charm and siphon its power. Sigh, I certainly can't do it now. I haven't prepared the necessary ingredients. Why would I, a Nighthawk of the Evernight Goddess, carry the ingredients of the sun around with me? Klein massaged his forehead regrettably. He saw that there was no other movement in the world above the gray fog and finally relaxed. He confirmed that the eternal blazing sun hadn't managed to track him down. Do not look directly at God. Do not look directly at a high-level entity. I must remember this. Why would the eternal blazing sun be extremely hostile towards the Lord of Storms and the God of knowledge and wisdom? What the hell is a pure white angel? As these mixed thoughts filled his brain, Klein felt the emptiness and an aching pain in his head. Plus, he felt that too much time had passed. He had to return to the outer world, just in case someone discovered anything amiss. Back then, he thought it would take a minute or so to divine 2 or 3 times in the mysterious space. Plus, there was a spirituality wall isolating him from everything else. Once it was touched, his body in the world above the gray fog would sense it. Hence, he felt utterly safe, but he hadn't considered the possibility of having some sort of accident. In the end, he nearly lost his life, and that wasted quite a bit of time. Due to the fact that he was afraid that he would be greeted by a light of purification beam, or discover that the mutated sun's sacred emblem was damaged, he enveloped his body with spirituality before he stimulated a descent with his heart in his mouth. The crimson moonlight reflected in his eyes, and there was a darkness hidden within. Klein saw the sparse forest and the weeds before him, as well as the intact sealed artifact 30782 in his hands. After a few seconds of breathless anxiety, he finally believed that he was safe. Phew! Klein let out a breath of relief. He felt exhausted after his insane probing at the border of death. Chapter 141. Nightmare. The exhausted Klein dispelled the sealed wall of spirituality, allowing the cool wind to blow onto his face. The scent of grass and trees that the wind carried revitalized him. He rubbed the warm and classic sealed artifact, 30782, with his hands and sighed to himself. Who would have thought that there would be a drop of God's blood in this emblem? I have to assume that the experts from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun must have tried searching for this item in the past, but couldn't find it. Klein stretched his neck. He didn't dare try anything else, keeping the mutated sun's sacred emblem in the inner pocket of his windbreaker. His hand followed a chain and took out a silver vine-leaf pocket watch. He opened it to see that there was still about an hour before Corpse Collector Fry's shift. Hey, I need 2 matches to prop up my eyelids. This is a side effect of that near-death experience. Klein didn't have any other ideas. All he could do was take out a small metal bottle from a tiny hidden pocket. He uncapped the bottle and brought it near his nose. A pungent smell, a mix of mint and disinfectant, quickly entered his nose, giving Klein goosebumps. His senses were jolted, making him forget his fatigue temporarily. He had learned the formula from Corpse Collector Fry. It was called Quelog's oil, and it could help a person ignore the stench of rotting corpses, as well as refresh and clear the mind. The next hour felt like torture. Klein paced around from time to time and was bitten by the mosquitoes in the forest several times. Finally, he saw the black-haired, blue-eyed Fry walking out of the town wearing a windbreaker and holding a cane. Even though Fry still looked like a living corpse, Klein felt as though he was looking at his savior. He covered his mouth and let out a yawn, making his eyes teary. He made his way over and took out sealed artifact 30782 from his pocket. What happened? Fry asked as he looked at his partner's pale face. Klein sighed and said, I just did my shift at Chanis Gate the previous night and didn't sleep too well in the morning, so I'm very tired. He didn't elaborate further and changed the subject. Shall I come for my next shift 4 hours from now? 7 hours. The captain doesn't need sleep at night. Fry took the mutated sun's sacred emblem. I'm glad someone enjoys staying up late. Klein ridiculed the captain under his breath. He bade goodbye to Fry and walked towards the town. On the way back to the inn, he took out his pocket watch again and checked the time. 10 minutes earlier than we arranged. What a nice person. Klein laughed and walked faster. He returned to the inn and opened the half-closed door. The boss watched him as he made his way to the second floor before he entered his room. He removed his coat and shoes after locking the door. He didn't wash up, but instead fell directly onto the bed. His breathing became heavy in just a few seconds, then long and peaceful. In his dreams, Klein returned to Earth where he was playing a game he hadn't beaten. A cup of soda and a plate of spicy chicken wings were on his left. To his right was a bowl of rice and bitter bamboo shoots meat soup. He didn't like bitter bamboo shoots, but he liked it in soup with meat slices. The refreshing taste and the little bit of fat from the meat were tantalizing, a perfect complement to the rice. He could eat an extra bowl of rice if it was paired with some good sauce dip. Just as Klein was about to enjoy his supper and continue playing his game, his dream changed again, presenting him with the internal layout of 2 Daffodil Street. Klein suddenly became alert, aware that he was dreaming. He saw himself seated at the side of the dining table, a copy of the Tingen Daily Tribune in his hand. In front of him was a bowl of tomato oxtail stew, pan-fried lamb chops, mashed potatoes, and wheat bread. He subconsciously turned to look at the door, suddenly noticing a figure standing outside the window of the living room, silently staring inside the house. Klein was shocked. He immediately recognized the gray-eyed Dunn. Half his face was clinging close to the window as he silently watched the people inside. "Captain, can you not scare someone in their dreams? Is this your way of acting as a nightmare?" Klein thought, finding humor in his exasperation. He scooped up a mouthful of stew and put it into his mouth. "Ah, this is my cooking." He sighed to himself. He understood why he suddenly became alert in his dream, why the scene of him on Earth vanished. He would naturally become aware when someone barged into his dreams. At this moment, Dunn left his spot by the oriel window and directly entered the house. In his black windbreaker, he came silently before Klein. He took off his hat and nodded before sitting down. He didn't stand on ceremony, picking up cutlery and quickly polishing off the stew, lamb chops, wheat bread on the table. Klein looked on, dumbfounded, unsure what the captain was doing. "Whew," Dunn exhaled in satisfaction and gave Klein a thumbs up. He then took out his pipe and a matchstick before taking an intoxicated puff. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and stood up. He then put on his hat and bowed before leaving the house and the dream. Klein looked at the captain's back, unable to collect himself for a long time. He looked down at the empty plates and instinctively wanted to conjure up the food he had just now. But this time, the oxtail stew, lamb chops, mashed potatoes didn't appear in his dream. It was completely eaten. A nightmare can do that. Klein twitched his lips and thought in frustration. So the captain's goal was to prevent me from eating supper in my dream. That sure is a nightmare. This method of acting as a nightmare sure is creative. He let out a laugh and exited his dream, once again, falling asleep. At about 5:30 the morning the next day, Klein, who had no choice but to wake up early, drink his coffee and eat his toast and bacon. He hurried out of town to take over from Dunn. At 7 in the morning they prepared to set off back to Tingen. It wasn't even 10 when they arrived at 36 Zouterland Street. Fire sat behind the typewriter after Dunn, the most energized of the lot, returned sealed artifact 30782 to the back of Chanis Gate. He took advantage of the fact that the clerks hadn't arrived yet, so that he could write a report on the mission and the claims of the related expenditures. Klein looked on from the side, satisfied that the items he had expended were within the list, including the materials he used to drive the bugs and mosquitoes away. He didn't return home immediately, for he had arranged to meet the asylum's Dr. Daxter at 1 in the afternoon at the agreed-upon venue through a coded letter. Then there's still the tarot gathering at 3. Why does the boss of a secret society have such a tiring life? Klein thought to himself. He took a 2-hour nap in the Nighthawk's break room to catch up on sleep. He didn't forget the information he had obtained the previous day. He wasn't worried that he would forget, for the information could be recalled using divination. He was afraid that he would disregard the existence of this information, and even lose the ability to divine the information. Thus, he recalled the pieces of information once again before he slept to reinforce them. This was also the reason Klein insisted on doing a review every week and reorganize all the information he knew. After lunch, he took a look at his pocket watch and left the Blackthorn Security Company for the shooting club at 3 Zoutland Street. Klein entered the reception area after pushing open the door, but he didn't head directly to the shooting range belonging to the Nighthawks. Instead, he found a seat in the hall as he waited patiently with his black cane in hand. He had arranged to meet Daxter at the Zoutland Street Shooting Club. He had arranged this through handwritten letters. Whenever Klein needed to meet him, he would write to Dr. Daxter Guderian in place of a patient's family member and ask about a unique condition called dissociative identity disorder. In his letter, Klein would use various methods to mention the term spectator, as well as a hidden mark of ink to authenticate his identity. The letter would also casually mention a time to meet. As for the place to meet, they had already decided this the first time they met. If Klein felt that there was a need to change the location, he would mention it when they met in person. When Daxter Guderian needed to meet for non-urgent matters, he could send a letter to the Hound Pub or the Shooting Club. The recipient would be marked as Mr. Hornacis, which Klein would take at scheduled times. In urgent situations, he could hand the letter directly to the boss of the Hound Pub, Wright, and mention his search for mercenaries. This way, Wright, who was an associate of the Nighthawks, would immediately hand the letter over to the Blackthorn Security Company. After waiting for a while, Klein saw the refined Daxter enter the shooting club a few minutes past 1. He was wearing a black hat and a fitted tuxedo. He had a cane inlaid with silver in his hands, as well as a pair of gold-framed spectacles on his face. Daxter walked around the club without attracting attention and saw Klein, who nodded slightly. He then retracted his gaze and walked to the counter, expertly applying for a shooting range and renting a gun. This was not his first visit. Small shooting range 7, 3 soli an hour. The fee for renting a revolver is 1 soli 7 pence per hour, and it contains 6 rounds. The receptionist quickly settled the request. After Daxter confirmed that he was renting the items for an hour and paid the fee of 10 soli, he took the revolver and extra bullets and was led into the respective shooting range by the facilitator. Klein waited another 5 minutes before slowly standing up. He grabbed his cane before walking to the small shooting range 7 and knocked on the door. The door opened a tiny crack with a creak. Daxter first looked around cautiously, then opened the door fully. Klein immediately entered and locked the door. "Good afternoon, Mr. Daxter," he said as he took out a 10 soli bill. He handed the bill over to Daxter. "We wouldn't let our associates bear any extra fees." "Because I can claim compensation," he added in his heart. Daxter didn't decline. He took the cash and asked heavily, "Mr. Moretti, why did you ask to meet me?" Chapter 142.